So before I mean, some of us probably already are, but before we officially go live,
Okay.
feel free to test this because I am using this bot for the first time. You may need to adjust the volume in Discord. I know I'm planning to.
Officer Wolfie on duty, right? He's getting bubble tea. He
Chip
didn't.
moment.
He didn't want to be on stream and talk to me. Whoa.
Yeah,
Music?
Add some more tracks to the playlist.
This actually is really cool. This will be really fun for like our sessions. It's nice that everyone can hear it too. It's not just for like streams and such.
Yeah. And you can always mute it for yourself if you don't like it.
It is very true.
Bold of you to assume I'm not gonna like it, but no.
Oh no, not you. I mean, Melphis, you know, there's other people.
Next one.
All right. It makes me think of Pirates of the Caribbean. Who's the other guy?
This is the kind of music that would have played when Melphis was in his prime.
There you go. Damn.
Medieval music. Yeah.
Oh no.
Renaissance music.
Nice.
Oh yes.
Maybe I'll put it up a
one other
little
one
bit
that I
more.
want to play.
Okay, I think that's perfect. I put it like 55. There we go.
Yeah, that's about what I put it at too, like 55 or 60.
Heck yeah.
But obviously on the app it's 200 instead of 100, so.
Who's the other guy? His PNG is epic. Oh, Leo? Let's see.
Wait, which one?
This is Leo.
Yeah, there's only two guys, 50-50.
There's Zen.
50-50.
Well, I think he said it where Leo, the guy with the book. Yes, the dungeon master. It's story time.
Oh yeah, Dungeon Master as well.
Yeah, he's the best. He's number one, baby.
Sorry, we forgot the Dungeon Master existed. It's not like
Yeah,
most
true.
Not
important person
important, you
here.
know.
We can play without him.
Who needs a
I
DM
mean,
with better
yes.
brains?
I mean, probably, but
Yeah, and I got
it
Killer's
generally makes
Link.
life easier if you don't play without one.
Yeah, that's very
Technically.
true. Yeah.
Epic PNG. Hell yeah. I'm getting boba tea. I'm so excited.
Alright. That'll do for a start. Some of it may not be completely thematic to the start of the session, but it's fine. It's just cool music.
Yeah, it works.
It's thematic to the start of the first session
Whoosh.
with the bot.
Yeah, where I haven't had time to go through all the 500 songs that I'm entitled to from this guy.
More
Very
opportunities
nice.
for the future.
Exactly. Boom.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so we got that. That should be coming up for me in a second there.
The ultimate
Epic.
Spotify playlist.
And I put Killer's Instagram link in there for his lovely art for everyone to see. Check him out. Give him the love. I'm gonna look at it too. This is my favorite.
Owlbear link for this week is posted in Adventures.
This thing
Also,
turned out so good.
if you have set up your character properly to do your Discord Avrae roles, please do them in the Adventures section when I ask for them.
He deserves
Yeah,
so much
let's
more
see what that-
love.
I mean, it literally takes like a second to set it up.
Right?
You
Do I just say in bot command?
can do it in bot commands. And in bot commands, what I'm going to get you to do is run this command for me. Once I enter it correctly.
Smirky Ship on Twitter. Killer.
Obviously, replace the words the word sheet link with, you know, your web link from your character sheet. AKA dndbeyond.com/whatever.
I keep forgetting I'm on push to
Perfect.
talk.
Hell
That's why
yeah.
you're not hearing me.
See, there's more followers. Oh, you good? I'm picking up what you're putting down. That's all that matters. I got you.
There you go.
Now, will this work in the adventures?
Yeah, it'll work anywhere now that you're attached to Discord, including other servers. What I do suggest is doing what it says there and going to your D&D Beyond account settings page to link your Beyond and Discord accounts. That way, if you do eventually buy anything, or if someone shares it with you or anything like that, if I ever get a chance to upgrade to my DM tier where I can share things, if they're linked, it'll let you use everything you have access to properly.
Oops. Okay, so I need to go to D&D Beyond.
Oh, apparently I already have it. Oh, okay.
Or do I have
So
link
yeah,
something
to
here?
link your account, you go to your account settings in D&D
Alright, got
Beyond and link your Discord. It will let you do some stuff without it, but
Delicious.
it just sets it up so preemptively to let you do more stuff later as you unlock
Good.
things if you choose to, or if they're gifted to you, etc.
Nice.
Do I need to do anything else now that I've linked the accounts?
You shouldn't. If you want to do a test roll, either in bot commands or adventures, the easiest one to do for you, since you're a rogue, would be an attack, and I will put it in adventures for you so you can see what it is.
So yeah, is there like a list of commands for just everything and how to roll it?
What's your weapon of choice right now, Underpaid? Your primary? Push to talk, buddy.
Oh, short sword.
Hehe.
Sorry, I'm being a little dense today. I don't usually use push to talk.
So I didn't get a chance to go and learn the full run initiative bot for this week, so we'll still be doing parts of it manually. But this command here, for this week, I'll teach you the rest next week when it applies. But for this week, oops, if you do that. That will make an attack with your short sword. Obviously, just replace short sword with whatever your weapon is for whatever your class is. In the case of rogue, if you want to add sneak, put a space after the word short sword and then add sneak. If you want to give yourself advantage, it's ADV at the end. Make sure you space each part of the command. So like A space, short sword space, sneak space, etc.
It seems
And
like
yes,
it's using the actual names.
Yeah, because you have more than one short sword. Just hit one or two. It doesn't really matter which one.
Ah, okay, that's nice.
Now, if you do that command again and add sneak at the end, watch what happens.
Ooh.
Not worried about starting a little later since there's less of us playing this week, so we'll get into things faster. You'll. Oh, did the sneak not work?
Wow, you rolled a 20. Look at you.
Okay, so sneak might be in something that was custom added for people, but it should. Character. Rawl is one of my rogues. Oh, apparently Ralternate still exists, even though I deleted the actual sheet. Attack. Short sword. Sneak. What? Is he not using a short sword anymore? Now I'm curious. What the hell is he using?
No short swords.
I don't have anything equipped on him right now because I messed something up on my sheet.
Oops.
I need to go back and fix that.
Oh no.
That's embarrassing. Now, occasionally when they do updates to the site, sometimes things like that will happen and it'll randomly like unequip your stuff or something, so just keep an eye on that.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right.
I have a short sword equipped. What the actual?
Make sure this is working.
I wonder if it's because I tried to do the sneak command. It might not. It might. Yeah, it's because I'm trying. If I just do scimitar, it'll work.
I guess for me,
No.
I have to do something special to get mine to work with the soul knife.
Oh, yes. That some of it probably won't work right away because some of it might need custom commands, like that people made themselves, which I don't have. I thought because it was giving me the option to add them to the COE server, but then when I actually click it on the Avrae like workshop, it's like you can't do this because you're not admin or have a special permission.
Oh.
So I couldn't. All I could do is I couldn't do anything. But I'll help somebody set it up later.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So the sneak attack isn't working, but that's fine. You can just if ever you have a bonus damage thing like sneak attack and it's not working, like the command for it isn't working right now because I need to help Melphis or someone finish setting everything, all the custom stuff up that they can use. In place of that, you can always, if you're forgetting commands, just do this. Replace the X with the number of dice you want to roll and Y with the type of dice. If you ever, so like if you wanted to roll 2d6 sneak attack, you would change the X to a 2 and the Y to a 6. Or if you wanted to roll 1d20, you would put X in a 1 in the X spot and 20 in the Y spot. That's for just generally rolling dice, which we're going to need for the first week or two sometimes because some of the commands that you guys will need won't be set up fully because I need to go over it with the people in charge and get it fixed. But that's okay. The point is we can start learning how to use it. Anytime you want to make an attack for you melee people, it is exclamation. It's always exclamation mark first. And then it's A for attack, space, whatever the name of your weapon is. In the case of your psychic blades, those might not work, so you might just, for damage, might just want to do the roll command. Which I showed you there. Because obviously yours isn't going to work quite normally yet, because we don't have all the custom stuff set up that we need. If you want to cast a spell, for those of you that are casters, I intentionally put no spaces at the end of this just so it's easier, because if I put too many spaces, it might be hard to tell what I'm trying to say. That's the cast command, just exclamation, the word cast, and then the name of the spell. There are other commands we can talk about when they come up, but that's the basic one. And for a skill check, like perception and such, it is this. Feel free to copy and paste these into your notes somewhere so that you have them.
Larky, Haneko! Oh, let's get you one more VIP command before you
and
go.
The last important thing to know right now: saving throws.
Yay! Have a delicious lurky, and we'll miss you.
There you go.
There we go.
For For the basics we're going to need for the first week or two, those 5 commands I just gave you will cover everything that's most important. Anything that, like I said, anything that the bot isn't automatically letting us pick up, like certain subclasses, etc., don't worry about it. That's what the basic roll command is for, so that we can just use that in place of it and work around it.
Hello, friends. Ooh, the goose goose duck duck.
There's always
Not
there is
kissy.
almost always a way to do so what you want in
It's a
Avrae,
kissy
even if
club.
you don't have it set up to do everything you necessarily think you want it to do.
Everybody loves
always a fallback.
everyone loves
One of the
kissy.
reasons I like it so much.
Lovely.
Why don't
You
we
know you
also,
want to.
pin these too? That might help.
Oh my god.
I would, but I don't have permission to pin
Oh,
messages.
Neffy, you're
that's,
so you're
specifically
so
a
amazing.
Melphis
You're
job.
meowsing.
Yes, Melphis is very particular about who can do things on the server.
Very, very true.
No, I don't have nickname permissions yet.
I'm sure if you try hard enough, you'll get nowhere.
Welcome,
keep trying.
welcome
Sounds
everyone, you
alright.
beautiful biscuits. That's the last clippy for now,
I'm
since
about to
we're
launch.
changing to D&D. Oh,
Uh,
I actually need to fix this. D&D.
That said, what I will do to simplify things in the meantime as best we can with what we have
There.
is I
Alright,
will
Clippy is disabled,
grab
but we can
these.
still do more regular shoutouts.
and
we're
I will
playing
put
Happy's
lump them
Humble
back all
Burger
into
Farm.
one message.
Welcome.
That when we do have
Nice.
someone here who can
Should I
ping,
just start do Valley
will be
ever? I know,
easier to do
right?
so.
I just closed it because we're starting the D&D for the week. Every Caturday night is D&D night, and it's Crazy Cat Lady Caturday, of course. Here's my poster for it. The hideous, glorious, gorgeousness. My first attempt at one.
Robo, you have to do your sheet link, the actual link of the character sheet.
Oh shit! Where'd my character go? Oh, is it just hidden? Hold up. Melphis is here. Oh, I didn't expect him. Cheese and cookies? Nice. And you beat it? Noise. You're amazing. That's so cool.
Melphis has decided to join us.
Yes, join.
Delicious.
I was about to say, for someone who's tired, he seems to be pretty in the
Okay.
chat.
Yeah, I am
Melphis-
tired, but it's all
Oh.
good.
Well, even
There
if you
we
don't,
go.
even if you
Ah.
decide not to stay long enough to play, at least do me a favor. The message I just posted, pin it, please.
Which one? Oh, this one, okay.
That's your 5
Welcome.
most basic commands that you need to run Avrae. There are a lot of custom stuff that once you and I get
Nice.
together when you're more awake on a not in the middle of a session, I'll show you which ones you should download for certain character types and stuff that will expand it, but those are the 5 basic ones you need to learn how to do.
Welcome, Melphis.
Welcome. Oh, this is a nice map.
I like the dice
I like it.
roller. Nice.
Yeah, and that's the main
Lovely.
thing. Even if you
Rolling the
never can
dice.
remember which
Mhm.
one's attacking, which one's
Nice.
spellcasting,
Success.
etc., as long as you remember to do how
Oh
the
no,
roll
the
command itself works,
the squishy cookie. I love it.
we can always get around it. As
Aw,
long as
we'll
you
be
know how
on
to
Meow-
do a generic dice roller
Uh,
command, I can work with that.
We'll be
If that's
meowsing
a-
together.
If
So,
I'm not the best at
Oh,
memory
thank you for the
either,
follow.
so I know it can be
Yes.
tough to
Oh,
remember
new
a lot of
people.
things.
Yes.
So even if you just
Also,
remember
there.
the exclamation R and how that command works, I'll do the math and stuff
There we
for you if I need to.
go.
The point is, I wanted
Miss
to have the
Naza
option for
emos?
everyone
Hold
to
up.
roll some kind
I got
of dice
you.
in here.
Wait. That's Miss Naza
Oh yeah, sorry,
here.
Melphis, you were
Here.
a little late there.
And then
you've
this
figured it
was
out
her
now.
painting
The
that was
XDY,
made by her
X
at the
is number of
end.
dice, Y is the type
My
of dice.
emote. It's Mina and me. Mina is on my shirt.
So 1d20. So
Hello,
1 in
Rip
the X and 20 in the
Mercury.
Y would give
Yes.
you 1d20, which you just did.
Welcome.
Or I could do
That's
like
so cute.
this.
Miss Naza is a gem.
2d6, and it will roll the current level for our rogue
Oh,
sneak
and I can
attack.
do Miss Naza.
Which is good 'cause the
she's
sneak attack command is not
best.
working
I love her
properly right now.
paintings.
okay, so like, hold on.
Yeah, once we have more of the custom options
How are you guys
from
doing?
the Avrae workshop, like
How-
enabled, and we are more used to using it after a week or two.
How's
it'll
your
start to
Caturday?
go
Oh, and Hungry
from,
Tortoise. I
"How do
love
we
your.
do
I
this?"
still love
to,
your name.
This is way smoother. Also, everyone give me a quick hit point check-in, because I want to see if I have my
Oh.
notes correct.
And you get a.
I have 30 out of 31
Hug for
last time I checked.
Kissy hugs.
Zen, are you at 41?
No, we healed, so I'm at 52 out of 52.
I'm at 23.
Oh, you did heal. Okay.
Yeah, so we should all be at max.
Oh, that's a freaking low roll. Look at that.
Oh, dang.
Okay.
What
Everybody
is this?
full.
The snowball? Did you
Alright,
hit
so
it?
I'm gonna log my stream.
That's the
up,
little kitty
pull my
over there.
stream up, and
Oh, there's a
start
real
launch-
cat here,
to
too.
Launch it in a second here, so we
Hi,
can get
baby.
rolling. Especially now that Melphis has decided
Yes.
to join us. Don't
question,
want
no.
to make it a waste of his time to be here.
Quick question though, like my healing word is
Hmm.
is 2d4
Yes,
plus 4, so it
you
adds an
too.
extra.
And that's
4
chaos, too.
on
We got
beyond, but it
chaos.
doesn't do it in the roll though, or do I have to specify
Then-
it? I don't know.
Oh yes, if you
Mina,
specify.
Mina
it
is
will work.
hiding.
Also, I'll be right back.
I hope all is well with you as well. Hello, Red Dog. Can I help you? Red Dog?
2d4 plus.
Good boy.
We're
He's such a
no
good
weird
Oh,
boy.
right
it
out.
does. Okay, okay.
Yes. Hey, cut that out. Yeah, the more
I like that.
channel points you give it, channel points
gonna be
and
the battle
bits on the About Me page,
That's just what's on for now while
the more
Paul
colors
is,
we get.
figuring out
There's different
all
colors.
500 songs.
So give the Pando all your channel points. Oh, is this
Also,
thing
Mel,
working?
ask me, do you remember hearing stuff
Panda
like
test,
this
go.
in your prime?
My prime.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
Renaissance
well-
music.
Sorry about that.
They're still working on that, but it does
Also, your healing
explode
word, it depends what level you cast it at.
when people
by
like
default, it's
subscribe.
1d4
It'll like
plus
explode
4.
a bunch.
Oh, okay.
Celebrating Lily's
It's the first level
15th
spell. If you
birthday.
cast
Oh,
it at
so
level 2,
sweet.
then it's 2d4.
A mini ice cream sundae. Aw,
Yeah, I
they
like
deserve
the
all the
ice
cream.
love. Yes.
Yeah, like I said, obviously it's still in the
Yeah.
most basic form too. Like,
It's Crazy
give me a
Cat
few
Lady
days to work
Caturday.
with
Oh, here we go.
Melphis and show them a
At
lot
least-
of the custom workshop stuff for quality of life improvements.
At least 12 hours.
And it will be even better.
once a month. Yay. And we got a donation today, so I will give out a game.
So rudely interrupted
You can
me
go
and called,
to
what
my
the hell is the
Discord,
name of session 8, so I
um,
can put it in my chat, in my stream notes.
Oh, and my Discord is in the
Continue
charity,
with Google,
the
please.
C command too there. So you can also click on
Log
that
in, please.
to get there directly. And there's a charity channel there, so if you see go to the Humble Bundle links, or if you see any of the games in that channel that you want, let me know. And I'm giving out one today since the person that donated didn't want theirs.
Okay.
So any game you see there, just let me know what it is and I got you. So the first person that says something gets a game. It'll be first come, first serve. Miss Naza is such a sweet bunny. Actually, she is a bunny in my Stardew Valley that I was just playing. See, Republic of Jungle, Stardew Valley, and D&D.
Updated
see.
that.
Miss
You guys have
Naza, the
your
fuzzy
map.
bunny,
Dice
and
rolls
she
are
gives me
coming
lots
up.
of legs. She's always giving me her legs.
Lovely.
Her rabbit feets. Rabbit feets.
Everything seems to be working.
Boom. The Last of Us, namely me, is now live.
Nice.
Fantastic. I did just realize I forgot to update my Go Live notification though. Night the game means
There we go.
2 giant dudes. If they
Nice.
survive that, they get to go into super deadly mountains.
Ew.
Yay.
Okay, and then my follower goal is
You mean when, right?
for
Right?
Little
I said what I said.
Nightmares.
Oh.
Nice. Then we got
So
under news channel,
last
AMEOWZING
time
versus Evil
we
Herald.
had Melphis. Now
I
that
just found out
he has
yesterday.
arrived. Make
Wonderful
his
people.
token the right size because this,
And we have
for
a
some
community
reason,
puppy.
This map, I don't know if it's because of the size I made the actual
There
map
we
like
go.
in the map creator, but for some reason the tokens show up half the size on this one.
And that's
There we
the link to
go.
give him gifts.
There.
So once we get the first gift,
when
I'll get a
last we
pic.
left
They'll
our
give me a picture
intrepid
of him.
heroes, you had survived quite a lot in the first part of your journey through the desert.
Oh yeah, no worries. It's under the
You are now
welcome
on
section.
the
I made it easier to join too.
Precipice of reaching where desert becomes mountain range.
Yeah.
As you can see by the cliffside to your north. It is not high. It's
Oh,
still at
here you
ground,
go. Right
mostly
here.
ground level. It's only that cliff's only about 40 feet high, so it's
Welcome,
still desert color
Charity,
/ rock color.
and this is it.
But pretty soon you're going to be up in the snow.
And you can go to the Humble Bundle
After
website.
the misadventures,
You can
of
Google
last
it
week,
too. It's Humble Bundles.
which I will go into slightly more detail on. So last week,
I think I have
Amaya's
this
brother
one still.
Lincoln was ran into. On the spot, I decided to completely change how I was going to play him. So instead of how I played him, he gave you advice and helped you out.
Perfect.
You then met someone named Deuce, who was barricading themselves in their house because you fuckers broke into it. Eventually, you moved on from there after figuring everything out. And then you reached a place called the Forgotten Village, which was overrun with undead at one point. Didn't seem like there was tons of undead left there now. You figure maybe some other adventurers had passed through and killed a lot of them in their travels. But regardless, you fought a few. You also saw some hanging in a tree. They didn't seem to be undead, though. They just seemed to be dead. And then you reached the edge of the mountains, the base of the mountain of the Dragonbone Mountains, and reached another small village, although this is more of just... This village is made up clearly more in line with what Melphis would have grown up with, as it's a lot more village of tents than it is village of buildings. And in the proverbial captain's tent at the far end of the village, you see talking. Presumably, at least one of them is the owner of that tent. A massive Goliath fellow, and an almost as massive Dragonborn. And that was where we stopped. So, to give everyone a full NPCs. Give everyone a good look at what the NPCs look like. First, I'm going to put them up on my stream. That's one of them. I'm going to put him over on the left-hand side over top of the initiative, because as far as we know, you're not going to need initiative right now. I didn't want to put him all the way over the chat. No. There we go. And I just need to add one more to my stream so people can see it, and then I will show it to you guys as well.
Sorry.
While you're doing that, can I ask a question?
You sure? Of course you can.
So I'm assuming this is assumption. This is Ventar. Ventar's gonna know Zen as Damien, but what is their relationship? Like, have I just heard of him? Have I been on missions with him? Are we great buddy old pals?
I would say I would say, quite frankly, that's up to you.
Okay.
I'll leave it open to how you want to potentially play it. And then if I think the way you're playing it makes sense, I'll respond in kind, or it'll be a role play moment where Zen / Damien is like, yeah, we cool, dog. And then he's like, I never really liked you that much. Who knows?
Okay. All right, got
But
it.
I'll let you take the lead on that. Let's put it that way.
All
Let
right.
us not forget that this person's also kind of important to a certain job.
Also,
that job isn't happening.
Here is what one of them looks like. This is what a Goliath looks like. It is in the adventures chat. And this, more or less, exact like head shape and stuff is what it is. He's probably slightly more dressed than this, but I remember he was a barbarian, so I wanted him to. I didn't want him to be like looking like he was in too much armor in the art that I chose. So in this one, he's kind of just in a loincloth, but he is wearing clothes. He's just wearing regular clothes, not armor. And yes, what you see, everything except the clothing. Obviously, he's wearing more clothes than like I said. Everything else about the image, I'd say he's wearing basically like shorts, for lack of a better term, and sort of a like muscle shirt type thing. Everything except the clothing about this is accurate. Keep that in mind.
Hmm.
Like I said, and also, like I said, the face features might not be 100%, obviously, but that's up to your imagination. But everything you see about him is roughly accurate. Let's put it that way.
And I'm referring to the not so leg.
That would be accurate, yes. He does appear to have either a prosthetic limb of some sort, or he's had the skin ripped to the bone and somehow is walking around on it still.
Seems reasonable.
This is also a world where artificers exist, so it's not the most improbable thing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure someone could fashion something for a replacement or whatever it is.
Or Ventar, what's happened to him in the last 15 years?
I believe the correct term is he lost a limb.
I'm sure amongst many more things, but that's the most prevalent.
He looks more primal now, too, by the way.
Well, like I
I
said,
mean, yeah, he's not with the wolves, so
like I said, the physicality of the artwork is not 100%, but it was the closest that I could find to what I wanted it. His like clothing, I didn't want him to look like he was wearing armor when you didn't play him as an armored barbarian. And a lot of the pictures they didn't just look like clothes, they looked like actual armor. So I went with the one that looked the most not armor, but in doing so, he does kind of look like he's not wearing clothes, but he is. Just so we're clear. Anyway, just to not hog up the whole screen, we'll get rid of those on my stream now that they've been up long enough for someone to look if they want to. They turn to you, and you are addressed by the monk first, who says, "Welcome to Swordstip Village. My name." Oops, if you key, I know it. I have his first name memorized, but he's going to do a proper formal introduction. It helps if I have the full name in front of me. You dumb. There we go. My name is Keeloff, Stonebreaker, Kunavakani. I am the leader of this tribe. Do you bring harm to my people?
Certainly
no,
not.
no.
No, we're not.
Content.
No,
Wow.
we don't. And I also appreciate
No
tribe.
harm.
Self grew up in a tribe. Believe it or not.
I'd be very interested to hear the story.
It's a long story, but I was basically raised by a great chieftain and a feline type as well, lionese, but lion. But I could say, orphaned by the short story short, or long story short, my biological mother had been killed, and the chieftain raised me as his own because he felt that I was a gift from his deceased wife. So perhaps if we do get a time, I could tell you more details. It's pretty fascinating that here drows don't usually get raised by other races, and let alone be a druid.
Most interesting. We will have to get into that more at some point. In the meantime, what brings you to this? Let me just double check that I'm remembering this right. Features and traits. Yes. What brings you to this to this old monks, people?
Well, first,
By the
they-
way, he called himself an old man, and he looks like he's like 22.
hey, Goliaths, yeah. Well, first,
Oh no, Goliaths age at the same rate as humans.
Oh, they
are they
do?
really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just for other reasons they
Interesting.
don't live long.
Oh, they don't? Oh, didn't know that.
He's
Forever
saying
reason.
battle hardy. You
No,
know,
what I'm saying is he's claiming to be an old man and looks like he's in his early 20s.
Ah,
some restoration magics of some sort. But anyways,
Hmm.
Zen would, I imagine he's at the front, just be like, no introductions have been done, so I might as well start. My name is Zen Nareka. We simply are just passing through, but I'll get to that later. I'm sure the rest of the party intends to introduce themselves.
yes. Actually, I apologize. I didn't.
Mhm.
My name is Melphus Starforger. I'm a druid with a circle, and I came to the
Of
great.
which circle, may I
Uh,
ask?
sorry, moon.
One with the beasts of nature.
Yes, yes. So it's a little bit of story of that as well. How I became a druid. Hopefully, we get the opportunity to discuss that later. But I come to the great city to learn more about the world. We were pretty excluded, being a tribe, as you probably are a clan. We don't mingle much with outsides people, and I have had quite an adventure up to this point.
I'm fascinated to hear more about it as time goes on. Uh, I can't say we have quite the same experience. Our tribe actually trades and deals with city folk quite a lot. Being on the outskirts of a main road.
Interesting.
Uh, so what brings you all here?
I mean, we're simply passing through. We intend to go to the mountains.
Dare I guess that there's a particular mountain you're after?
I'm sure someone like you could make a pretty good guess.
Considering I've scaled a good portion of it myself, I would imagine so.
We simply come to scout it out. It's a job and money. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. But yeah, we're simply passing through to get there.
Fair enough. How
may-
rude of me. This is my associate Ventar.
Ah, we've heard
Was-
you quite a bit.
Just
sir.
about to speak of you. I'm not sure if you remember me, Ventar. We've done a few jobs. I've heard of you as well, as sure as everyone has.
Let me think. Damien, was it?
Yeah, that's the one.
Excellent. You are quite a capable fighter, and I can only imagine you've grown since the last time I saw you.
Something like that, yeah. Your name is something that's been going around a lot. Are you aware?
Yes, that is why I am here.
You're said to be a rogue and a gone rogue and betrayed the wolves. Not that there's much to betray there.
Someone has many, many years ago, but it was not I.
And yet they say that you're being hunted because of that. They even apparently you attacked one of our associates, though I have no belief in that.
I cough. The cough of disbelief.
Who did I attack, apparently?
The small human.
Yeah, him. You could probably,
That's
if you
small.
did attack him, you probably smell him. His smell is pretty unique, mostly alcoholic.
This isn't the time. This isn't the time to taunt me right now. This is something different.
I
Okay.
I have no idea who that young man is.
Interesting. Leni's,
Do you know what sort of weapon you were attacked with?
Are you familiar with the pole axe?
Yes, I'm familiar with pole arms. Was it a halberd? Was it pike?
Yes, it was a. To my memory, it's a bit hard to remember something when a bit of a blood that helps you do that is gone, but yes, I believe it was a pike. And also,
Of course it was.
You know someone who uses such a thing?
I don't know when you last saw him fully armed, but you do.
Yeah, I've been informed already by Balin. I'm sure that name rings a bell for you as well.
Let me take a wild guess. Human kid was attacked. Something caused the fight to break up. No one saw who caused the attack. And then about a minute and a half later, Caldas Fagrath showed up, acting like he was trying to help.
Bingo.
Exactly how it happened.
Yeah, that's the same thing he pulled right after he poisoned my grandfather and my father.
Interesting.
Sounds like we had the same enemies.
And you've done nothing about it.
it doesn't add up.
The ties, despite the fact they're known as the Wolves, because we are an open group, as Zen can attest, or Zen, he doesn't say Zen, he says Damien. As Damien will attest, being a half-elf. Damien, if you've not noticed something about our crew, pretty near everyone middle tier and up in authority is a dragonborn.
Oh yes, I've noticed.
We didn't start as an adventuring company or a mercenary company. We started as a clan of people. And whether it's deserved or not, until I can prove my accusations, at least on the surface, I still have to behave like it was our culture and not a job. He is against my and others' better judgment, because we can't prove anything. Those who don't believe us chose him as the new leader after my grandfather and father were killed. They didn't just choose him as a leader for the adventuring guild or the mercenary company, whatever you want to call them. He was chosen as the new leader of our tribe. I can't go after him in physical or legal form without hard evidence. Or the vacation I'm currently on will not only be permanent, but will probably end in me dead.
It sounds like we have some of the same enemies.
Perhaps.
Very likely.
Mayhaps after this adventure, that is something to deal with, or at least dive into.
Probably. I also need to find this other person that's protecting the evidence that I know where to find it, but I can't get to it.
Who would
Do you
that
mind
be?
giving his name?
A man by the name of Zanjar.
Interesting.
Ah, interesting. That's
I sense Ventar is pretty trustworthy, or doesn't appear to be a type that would lie.
No, we don't know. I still have one thing I want to ask him at least one thing.
Go ahead, Elf.
Elf. Did you just say elf?
He's literally a human. You're
Oh,
an elf.
sorry. Sorry.
I'm literally-
Jeez, wow.
Go ahead, a human. Retraction.
I'd pull out the embroidered seal of the Blue Pearl Breweries. Does this badge here ring any bells?
Well, on the record or off the record?
Any form of record. I need to know.
On the record, we did some protection jobs for them for their shipments. Off the record, I can't prove it, but I'm pretty sure they've turned their brewing company into less of a business and more of a front.
That's what I'm starting to suspect.
But no, other than above board wagon protection, I have not done any dealings with them.
All right.
And all the dealings I did do were considered official company to company business, including taxes and paperwork filed.
All right. I just wanted to know of your involvement in any of that, as I know your group has done a lot of work for them.
Yes, some of us more than others.
You say some of us. Do you know someone in specific? Maybe they've done something you would consider off the record?
Pretty much anyone that seems happy to have called us running things.
Well, is there? Do you know anyone who has? But do you know anyone who has actually? Do you have like names?
Once you're done what you're doing now, you should seek out someone. Pardon me.
All right.
You should seek out a man by the name. We'll type it in chat, adventure chat. By the name of Mesdire.
Mesdire.
He's
Sorry.
called us his right hand. Zen, you are being that you are able to being that you are able to share memories among, or at least some, your the memories you retain from everyone else in your head, you definitely recognize the man named Mesdire. You saw a lot more of him than Caldus.
Gotcha.
He was the, put it this way, he acted like the second in command of some sort of like military or mafia, depending on you want to think about it, above board or below. But he came across more like the fall, no, not like the fall guy, more like the errand boy. Thinking himself more important than he actually was.
Yeah.
That being said, Ventar did just describe him as his right hand, so he certainly has some level of importance, but he's on a scale of 1 to 10. If he's a 6 in importance, he thinks he's a 10.
All right. Let's see.
While you're here, so Keeloff chimes up. Is there any among you that would like to have a little sparring session? I'm due for some training.
That sounds like something our Mr. Zen, whatever name he's going by right now, would like.
If you want to, we just got out of a battle, but it's been, well, a couple days ago at least. But I'm always up for some fighting.
Excellent. So, give me one moment to go into my other server so I can do this. Because there are some things that I don't want you to see yet.
Oh goodness, I'm gonna die.
Surprises.
It's sparring. You're not going to die.
Yeah, I feel like it.
Well, good thing you're sparring. Go ahead, Robo. Oh, were you saying something, Robo?
Are you asking me what that picture's name was?
Yeah, who, the guy.
Xandra.
Okay, I was just making sure that was who I was thinking, because I know I remember the name. Okay.
Yes, that was Xandra, the man who asked you to come on this job.
Yep. Gotcha. Thank you.
So go ahead and roll me an initiative. If you want to, it's just like this.
Do it with the bot.
Hey, you can. What's
Lovely.
that? There will be a different command for that once my dumbass as DM learns to use the built-in like initiative auto tracker, but I didn't have time to do it for tonight, so. Ooh, you're up first.
Yeesh. Barbarian with Dex. Lovely.
Who said he was a barbarian?
Didn't you say he was a barbarian?
No, I said Ventar's a barbarian.
I thought he said this one's monk.
Goodness. Oh, he's a monk. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he is. So
So I'm just using my sword.
I'm just gonna randomly pick spots for you guys to just be basically encircling and watching what's going on.
Hey, quick question, Paul. How did you do that where you added only those 2 characters for the initiate? That's kind of cool that you get to do that. That's really cool for the...
Oh, no, I literally just hand typed that.
Oh,
Zen 19 and Keeloff 18.
Oh, okay. Oh,
No,
it
yeah.
removes it. Yeah, I forget. It's kind of cool.
So, yeah, I basically just put you guys kind of off to the side. So he takes a stat. He actually doesn't move at all to start. He gets like he's getting warmed up and loosened up, but he's not making any immediate movements. Zen, what would you like to do?
Get some popcorn.
Popcorn.
Does he have any weapons?
Goes
Imagine as a monk he doesn't, but like, just in case. Does he have any weapons? Or is he full
No,
fisticuffs?
he's got weapons.
Oh.
I forgot to pick them, but he's got them.
Does he look prepared? Am I like striking him when he's like his back is turned, or like is this like
he's
whatever?
He's facing him.
Okay, I guess I will just go in for a stab.
He seems to have a short sword on his hip.
Actually, is there any magic I want to use? I feel like I'm gonna get murder in the first turn. Hey, no, I'll just stab him with my sword. Oh, I can actually roll it in the channel. How do I can actually, let me do that. That's so much lovelier.
Yeah, it's just exclamation A space the name of your weapon. And then, yeah, if you have multiple options, it'll ask you to pick one.
26.
I'm pretty sure that hits. I mean, I know I know it hits in theory, but I don't know if he's got any ability. I gotta remind myself if he's got the abilities to avoid that. But I know it definitely hits by his base. I just need to see what his things are. Those are only when he's on a turn. Does he have any reaction stuff? Reaction. No, he does not have anything that can stop that. That
He's
is
gonna take a 15 damage.
okay. So
Nice.
here's a fun command that I didn't show you yet. To remove or add hit points, you do exclamation HP, and then obviously a space. If you're adding hit points, you can either do a plus sign and then say 15, or you can just type 15. You don't need the plus sign. I usually use it just to remind myself that it's addition. But you can do the same thing with minus 15.
Oh, great. I'm gonna die. So I'm glad. Oh, no.
All right. So you're still level 4, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Would you like to action surge for a second attack then?
Yeah, no, before I get pummeled, yes, I will.
Okay. Also, his short sword looks quite magical.
I would assume, yeah.
This is getting
All
fun.
right.
I should bust out the beers.
I know it's a
Mhm.
best time as any. I would assume, yeah, 27 to 14.
Good. Solid damage. He looks impressed.
Yeah, no, not bad rolls. But I'm still
I
gonna get murdered.
accidentally put an extra symbol there I didn't want. There we go. All right. Now, so he is not going to draw his sword.
Hmm.
The first thing he's going to do, yeah. So if you'll notice, this map, when you measure, looks like I said the same reason I had to make everyone's tokens bigger. It, for whatever reason, the scaling on it compared to what it looks like it should be, it seems to be doubled for whatever reason.
It's a Goliath yellow. Just say it's really big.
Yeah. So he's going to. Oh, also, I assume you. Well, the reason I'm saying that is because I allowed him 10, 15, 20. The reason I'm saying I'm adjusting it back to what the scale should be is because if I don't, then Zen wouldn't have been able to attack him.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even looking at the map. Oh yeah, we're like
Actually, just for fun, I'll say he was the furthest you can move because we both forgot about the map for a minute.
Gotcha.
So yeah, we'll just say he was already there. So the first thing he's going to do, he's going to take the attack action, and instead of sorting you or punching or kicking or anything you, I need you to make me a dex save, please.
I love my awful decks. All right,
That is exclamation S dex. Don't
just the
forget
word
space.
like just dex or dexterity.
Nope, just dex will work.
Lovely. The exclamation point
For
S.
future reference, dexterity also works. Right?
That's autocorrect. I love you.
Dexter, yeah, you can type the full thing if you want to.
Did it that way. 16.
That is a fail.
16 to
Ooh.
fail? Oh my
Ooh.
goodness.
So, as he leans back, it looks like he might come in with some sort of strike. Instead, he just clenches his fists, thrusts his head forward, and breathes fire on you.
Oh.
Fire breathing Goliath.
So, let's see how much damage he does. Is it just a straight number? Yeah, just a straight number. 14 fire damage.
Whoa.
Okay. Just HP minus 14?
Yep.
I feel lied to.
It might either just be slow. Sometimes it does that, or it could be because we don't see. I have access to stuff from the server I admin that will carry over to other servers.
I just might have to do it manually.
So some of the commands might not that I'm expecting to work might not work yet because we have for you guys because this is the only server you're in with the sheet setup, and we haven't put all the custom commands and stuff in yet. I thought that one was basic, but I guess not. Either way, you're down 14. Also, he's going to make a second strike against you. This one will just be an actual attack.
Alrighty.
However, it's going to do lightning damage.
My favorite kind of damage.
Man, I love peer pressuring our fighters into sparring.
20's a tie.
I was gonna say, that shouldn't be an auto one, but that's not an auto one. It is a D8. It just rolled a one. So 20 ties go to the attacker. So you take 6 more damage. It is lightning.
Okay, 6 damage.
Then we're going to go. I don't know if this will work or if it's custom. No, it's custom, so I'll have to get that added later. For now, though, I can just do this. So he's now going to use Flurry of Blows to make 2 more attacks.
Zam.
So where's Flurry of Blows? Yeah, it's just attacks. He's using all unarmed strikes for this.
Alrighty.
Just for shiggles, this one's going to do poison damage.
Oh, great.
That actually misses you.
Lovely.
He looks impressed by your ability to get out of the way. And on his last attack, he is going to. Let's see, what type of damage does he want this one to be? If he hits you with this one, well, it's going to be acid this time. No, cold damage.
Glad you can just change it. That's great.
Also, I need a con save, please.
Con save. I can do con. 10 damage. Lovely. Con save. 24.
You pass. It is
Lovely.
your turn.
Oh, did the music bot go away?
Oh, it might have
yeah,
ran. It probably ran out of songs because I didn't put that many in.
Ah.
I will get that back.
Okay, well, do I spell things? Do I not spell things?
Where the hell is the bot?
Oh, I'm definitely gonna second wind.
There it is. All right, go ahead and second wind.
So how do you type in? So it would just be one roll 1d10, but then how do you add it? It's just plus 10 at the end.
For your.
Oh, sorry. I mean so my.
So it'd be D10 plus 4.
Plus 4.
4.
Yeah. So
yeah,
just
you just
add
put a
plus 4 at the end?
just put a space between 1d10 and then a plus 4.
13. Wow, that was a lovely roll.
So give me 1 second while I get us some tunage back on.
Give me a chance to look over my spells.
Music. I want something pretty epic right now, so let's play that.
Ooh, bot.
And I will, in fact, put more music on after that one. Oh, I know what I can do for now.
That's pretty cool.
I love
I just
it.
need to check the right
Definitely.
command for it.
Definitely fits D&D, I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Loop. Okay. I got the command I need now. So, yeah. You need to manage his Do you have like a DJ role or anything like that here? For using this bot?
I don't think so.
Okay. I can.
Maybe it has it. I haven't really used it much. I think it was underpaid that wanted
Do me a
it.
favor. Go into the bot commands, and where it says the loop track command, can you copy and paste that and enter it? Since you're the admin, it should let you do it.
Oh, you mean that CH exclamation mark? You want me to do that?
Yes.
Let's try.
The CH exclamation loop track. Hopefully it'll work for you as the admin. There we go. That way, while we're doing this part, I don't have to go digging for more music. It'll just leave this one on for now. So, you healed for 13. Did you want to make some attacks?
No, I wanted to sit there and let him hit me. Yes, I was thinking about using a spell, but I think the best choice is just to be slashing. So we're gonna slash him.
So anyways, I started slashing.
Wow! Nat 1.
Ooh.
Yikes. Loving that one.
Excellent.
That's about all of my turn.
Okay. So... He is going to make some attacks against you, starting with, I need a dex save, please.
Oh, I love dex saves. I don't think I get better than the 16 I got before, so... No, I'll just get 16 again.
Alright, so you get the full run of 3d8. This time it's going to be acid damage. 21.
Wow, I'm almost dead.
So now he's going to make a cold damage unarmed strike against you.
You sure this is a sparring match?
8 cold damage.
Oh, I can't even shield that. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh.
Are you still up?
I'm still up.
No. Can I
health.
have a con save, please?
I can do con saves.
Yeah, you are built to be...
Never mind. No, I can't.
So you're now stunned. Which means he has advantage on the attack.
Gosh, I'm not living after this. Oof.
Oh, he rolled shit. However, he's going to burn a key point, so he can make 2 extra unarmed strikes on a bonus action instead of only 1. He always gets to make 1, but he's going to make 2 instead.
Great.
Oh no, sorry. He'll only get to make 1 more. Because he already that was already 2 unarms plus the breath weapon, and that's 3 attacks. Another 6 damage.
Just
for shiggles, let's say it's lightning.
Lightning. I'll absorb elements. I'll take half.
Okay.
That's the only way I was gonna live through that. So.
All right. So, you're no longer stunned. However, you don't get a turn because you were stunned.
Great.
Now it is the start of his turn. He's not going to breathe on you this time. He is, however, going to unarmed strike you. Let's make it poison. Oh, he actually missed you. So he's going to try again.
Can't shield that. Oh gosh.
Ouchie.
That's death. I'm real dead.
Are you down?
Oh yeah. I had 3 health. I'm very
Down but not out.
So the moment that he sees that you drop, you don't actually fall all the way unconscious. He hits you in like the solar plexus, right under. Well, because I like to throw some comedy in my D&D, right under the bottom of the man boobs, right in the middle of right where your at bottom of your sternum is. He throws an uppercut that knocks the wind out of you and drops you to 1 knee. He then immediately proceeds to give you a basically mug of what looks like some sort of healing potion. Go ahead and roll me 8d8 plus 8.
Wow, that's a
Or
strong
no, sorry,
potion.
8d4 plus 8. I'm sorry.
8d4 plus 8, you said?
Mm-hmm. You instantly heal for 27 hit points.
Wow. Very potent.
And then he offers you a hand to help you up the rest of the way. As
I
you're
would
still
very
recovering.
much take that now. Oof.
My friend,
That
you
was...
are both
something.
extremely brave and extremely tough, and you are only going to get better with time.
Thank you. I would say the same for you, but I'm pretty sure you already know that.
Well, I mean, I am almost 60 years old, so...
You're 60.
Yeah, I stopped aging when I hit about 25.
How is that?
Well, let me rephrase. I stopped needing to eat or drink and suffering the effects of old age. I will still die of old age one day.
I'm not sure that answers my question. How is that possible?
A lot of strenuous studying in the monkdom.
Oh, I see. I'm not very knowledgeable in that section of the world, pretty much, so... More to know.
I specifically have learned to practice the way of the ascendant dragon, but any monk who trains their body hard enough and long enough can achieve what I've done in terms of my physicality.
I see. You are definitely a strong foe.
As are you. And do you know the last time that I was even hit by someone? It's been a long time.
Well, I'm glad I put up a fight.
Also, I won't move the token around, but he decides to limber, basically like post-workout run around the village a few times. And he's basically just moving faster than you can keep your eyes on, almost. He's just darting all over the fucking place.
Jesus.
He actually ends up behind Leonides at one point and just goes, "Hey, human.
What the?
Would you like to also have a sparring match? I won't recover any of my abilities or anything before we do. You'll have the advantage."
Well, I'm not going to get bloodied, but
it'll be fun.
Fair enough. You have more than your colleague has more than proven your worth as a group already. If any of you ever wish to expand your horizons and look towards joining a monk order, I am always happy to teach. In the meantime, you lot should probably get moving. You still have a long climb ahead of you.
I'd like to confer in our group quick before exactly we leave. And I say this out of character, like I'm trying to say, like, hey, let's get into a huddle quick because I want to discuss one thing.
You guys can feel free to move your tokens wherever you like. I just moved them to the side to make room for the little sparring fight.
The thing is, Ventor is still wanted, right? So I don't think can we do anything about that? Because I don't know I believe there was like a small time limit or something on the bounty, correct?
You want to turn him in? You crazy?
No. I'm not saying to turn him in, but I'm saying maybe we can do something to, postpone having to do anything about it while we're waiting to find the true culprit.
Oh. I mean, it seems like he's got the whole not getting caught thing on lock.
Yeah, but you don't know. The thing is, you don't know what's gonna happen if, say, next few days, he isn't caught. I'm a bit on the line right now.
Why don't we go speak to him then?
It's a bit awkward directly speaking to him, but I'm thinking more so compromise. Maybe we can find something that. You've worked with him. Is there anything that he wouldn't be caught dead without? Maybe something like a calling card, say, "Oh,
You
hey,
want
we
to
did it."
take something from him? That's how you get killed.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is there anything like, oh, if he doesn't have us, he's either dead or something?
Oh. Psh, not off the top of my head. Pretty light traveler except for his weapons. I mean, you can try taking his weapons. Plural.
I don't know, but the thing is, I'm just trying to buy us time here because, well, we need to find the true culprit. And not only that, but I don't think my boss man is gonna be happy if he's found out to be alive. At least if something, at least if like we have something, we can at least postpone it for a little while we try to figure this out.
Here's the thing. I think, well, first of all, I think we know the culprit. We got a pretty damn good idea.
Well, yeah,
Kaldas. But, I mean, he mentioned something about our employer having information. I say we get this job done, we meet back up with him, we find the information. That's enough to get... I know Balin and Ventar are waiting to find information. And once they do, they're willing to hunt down Kaldas. If we can get that information, once we are finished with this, he'll meet up with us. Get the information from him, give Kaldas and Ventar and whoever, and Balin, and give them all the information. Then we hunt Kaldas down. Ventar seems to have his situation dealt with. I entrust him with that. And this shouldn't take us more than... Well, we're almost there. It's just a trek back, really. Assuming nothing catastrophic happens.
Assuming. I guess you're right. I'm not gonna argue with you since last time.
Well, last time you were threatening someone I knew, so it's very
I wasn't
different.
directly threatening. You eavesdropped and proceeded to choke me or something. I forget. A little fuzzy, but
Seem to have a lot of fuzzy moments recently.
well, that's what you get when you grow up around the drink.
Yeah, fair enough. I
Also,
guess.
also dying or close to it 2 or 3 times will do that to you.
Oh yeah, that also kind of screws if your brain doesn't.
Yeah, the drinking solves that.
The drinking solves the mental issues. The dying just kind of just hurts the memory issues.
Well then, considering we still need to, the whole thing of meeting up with the Implorer, getting the information, blah blah blah. Probably need to do the mission. I mean, maybe we can, if they'll let us, even rest. But how long is the trek there? How much longer do we have?
You'll be about, if you make good time, you'll probably get there in about to the top of the mountain in basically like a full day of climbing.
Maybe we can rest here for a day. And because after that, even with the assistance he gave me in healing, I'm still beat up. My leg is better, but a little sore still. So maybe rest here a day. You can talk to Ventar and deal with that if you want to. Then
I would like not only to bring up that, but I just can't. I guess I'm still under the prejudice after what happened. Even though
Talk to me about
say
what?
It was just something we were. Zen, why don't you explain it?
Then you don't see anyone.
hello?
Hello, Damien. What are we explaining to me?
Where are you?
Right here.
Jesus. The hell was that? Got some, potions now? You don't use magics, as far as I know.
No. A friend concocted me some potions.
Useful. You don't happen to have more of those, do you?
Not that I can spare. I used one to mess with you guys a little bit just now, but primarily I used them for quick escapes when needed.
That sounds
Fair
like
enough.
something I'd be very interested in.
Considering where we're going, something like that could be very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Before or after you try to either steal from me or kill me, human?
I didn't do either. Now, what I'm saying is, my boss can be a little eccentric, so
And what
I'm
boss would that be?
it's probably in my better interest not to, well, all of our better interests not to say, but
I mean,
His
I can
name's
start.
Noble.
I mean, I can start. I was gonna say I can start listing names, but chances are it's gonna be the first one I say.
yeah.
Yeah. I'll. Why does he want me dead now, or did he not? Did he not say?
It mostly has to do with the prior controversy we were talking about. I don't know if, and yeah, I was wondering if there's, in case stuff doesn't go through, is there anything? Do you think you got anything you would be caught dead without?
No, but I'll deal with that problem myself.
Told you, Ventar's got a handle. Yeah. You panic too much. Get the job done, get the information we need, and be done with us.
I have ways to make it look like you've done what you've needed to do.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. With him, he's something.
Scared shitless. Yes, I got that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind the human Ventar. He's not of the most sterner stuff.
That's quite all right. Not everyone is. And not everyone who's made of the sterner stuff is physically capable of enacting it.
That is true.
The man who made me these potions looks very unassuming until he pulls a spellbook out of his pocket. And then there are about 100 people dead before anyone realizes that they've been attacked.
Could I presume a name? Or is it someone I wouldn't know?
Well, there's a few of them, but I'm sure you've probably met one of them by now.
Oh, few what? People of such power?
Yeah, they get around.
I assume.
On account of the fact that, they can go wherever the hell they want.
I've seen.
Sounds about right.
You keep in contact still with them?
From time to time. Lately, it's been less so for their safety, but
Smart.
I'm planning to again once I have this resolved.
Yeah, hopefully it's over with soon. It's a hassle for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Also, at this point, Keeloff walks over and he just casually walks over and goes, "Did I hear you needed a place to stay for the night?"
That would be preferred, yes. It's a last long trek up the mountain. We're all a little fatigued.
Yes, you definitely do not want to be fatigued when you're up there, because there are things up there that you need to run from very quickly.
We've heard.
Yeah, we've been told.
Yes. And have you seen them firsthand? We're
Yes, I have killed a few.
Ooh, I wonder if we're talking about the same thing. Perhaps
Killed a few dragons?
Yes, dragons?
I mean, yes, but that's not what I was talking about.
Interesting. Any information that could possibly help us, we'd appreciate it.
I don't know exactly how to describe what I'm talking about. But they make horrible clattering sounds when they walk.
Interesting.
Because they tend to walk kind of almost on all fours, or more like an ape dragging its knuckles, but it's replacing a hand of knuckles with death blades.
Death blades.
Something. With
Oh, I'm assuming those are the creatures. What's his name? Lincoln. The human fella. We saw him pass through here. He spoke of creatures and warned us of them.
Ventar pipes up is like, well, pretty sure Lincoln's at least half elf, but sure.
Never met him. Sorry, it's purely assumptions.
Yes, please stay here with us for the evening. You're going to need all of your strength tomorrow.
Thank you for your hospitality. We really appreciate it.
You are most welcome. And everyone can take a long rest. You don't have to worry about moving yourself into tents or anything like that.
That would imply that
We're
you're
not
setting
getting
up
jumped
an
and
outfit.
attacked in the night again? Wow, shocking.
That we
no,
know
if
of.
if I do,
Murdered.
well, no, if I do it every time, then it won't be shocking.
Ah.
True, yeah.
So, with that, in the morning, Keeloff and Ventar will see you off. And you will begin your trek up the mountain. And that is where we were going to take a break because I'm starting to sweat to death in my recording room.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Perfect.
Perfect. I do like the addition of music, Paul. I'm surprised we waited so many episodes before we added all this cool stuff. It's actually cool.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a very
we're
specific
good.
reason for that. The very specific reason for that is because I have no privileges on your server, so I couldn't do it myself, and I didn't know if you wanted to do it or not.
Oh, interesting.
And
And well, it's kind of cool because the series has progressed, right? They're going to see the first episode and how the presentation continues to get better.
that's certainly what I'm hoping for.
Mhm.
And when we meet back up after the break, I'm still going to be on chat. I'm just switching to my phone so I can go outside and get some fresh air. And have my stream on BRB. But when we all come back from any bathroom breaks or anything we might need, I will spend a couple minutes putting the travel music on because I just once you reminded me that it ran out of songs. I just looped this one because it was nice and chill for talking. But the business is about to pick up, so as my favorite wrestling announcer would say.
Get ready, underpaid.
Well,
Ooh, Mina's
Angel's
ready.
underpaid.
Yeah, no, I'd be shocked if someone doesn't. If we actually do encounter a dragon, I'd be shocked if one of us doesn't die. I'm expecting someone to die. I know. I think I've said it like at the beginning of every session. I'm expecting a lot of murder, but this time,
Mina, is
good
your
luck,
cat trying to
60%
invade?
sure.
She's just saying hello.
Nina should actually record those sounds of Mina to use as her character's sounds.
Oh yeah, my raid and followers alert is her meowing.
Oh, perfect.
No, but I don't think
amazing.
the feline races in D&D actually purr and all that, do they? They're just humanoids, right?
I don't
That look
see
like
why not.
Feline.
I think they would. They wouldn't like
Well, in real
speak
life,
in meows, but like they
there's-
might purr.
no, purring's only exclusive to the small little ones, like lions and...
So sorry,
Cougars,
Mr. D&D expert.
Big
God.
Well, no, I
cats,
don't know about
big
D&D,
cats do
but
it
large-
too.
No, not really.
They can, like a
You
tiger.
A tiger
Fun
doesn't
fact.
purr.
We should throw Melphus in a cage with one and see if it purrs.
Fun fact. Number one, we're not talking about real big cats and real little cats. We're talking about bipedal humanoid fucking cat people.
Yeah. I couldn't picture that.
Number
purring.
two, play them however the hell you feel like it. As long as it does not break the literal mechanics of the game, I don't give a shit about lore. Because
Wow, really?
we're in a
Lore to me is
homebrew
the most-
world.
Oh, okay, homebrew.
It's
but
homebrew,
see,
so
I
yeah,
love-
whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, it's our world.
I love. Well, it's Paul's world, but I love going
No,
by
it isn't.
official stuff because I don't like when people.
It
deviate.
ain't mine. It ain't mine. I just write it. It doesn't belong to me. If it belongs to me, then that means no one else is playing in it, and that's a pretty shitty world to own.
That's true.
True.
All
Well,
I do is
you
come up
created
with
it.
ideas. All I do is create a baseline for you guys to go and fucking play in the sandbox.
Our Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, well, if it was yours, underpaid, it'd be drunken brothel. So
Oh shit.
What's wrong with that?
No.
Also underpaid. I'm gonna need you to start like sucking helium before sessions or something, because apparently you're like 12 and I thought you were in your 20s.
oh yeah, he's a kid. He's a child.
No, I'm like 16, but okay.
Gasp. Wow.
Still a child. Well, not really, but
You weren't born when I graduated from high school.
Fair
Just
point.
a youngin'.
Matter of fact, you were even more not born when I was 16.
Yeah.
I love the new dice rolling bot, and it's amazing for streams as well. Because if you just hook up the channel to like your stream and just display it in the corner, you can see everyone's rolls. It's lovely. Love the new bot. Love the new music. It's all great.
It's perfect.
Yes, and as I spend more time learning this particular bot and/or taking the time to listen to all the songs I have access to use unlimited such, I will make sure that they even better align with whatever kind of travel or conversation or fight you're in. So
Perfect.
it takes even if the average song that he makes is 2 minutes long, there's over 500 of them to go through.
Yeah, that's certainly an assortment for every occasion.
I can tell you're going to get some pretty epic music pretty soon.
Oh,
Do
I'm
we stop this
hoping.
one?
Because I am going to... I don't expect it'll need to go late, or if it does go late, it'll be like, 15, 20 minutes over, but I'm going as late, if we need be a few minutes over. I'm making sure you get to a specific place tonight.
Oh gosh.
Good girl.
Well, considering it's like 5-10 minutes in the break, I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Mina tortured the poor thing.
She's
She
just
is so
chilling.
displeased.
She's just chilling.
Mina is sending out a stress signal.
I'm gonna call PETA in a second.
PETA, help!
No, PETA is just gonna kill the cat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They don't help anyone.
They don't help anything. Time to get everyone's stream taken down by that said organization.
Oh no. CPS, but for cats.
Child Protective Service. Cat Protective Services. It's still CPS.
Oh, that's right.
Did you forget that the Child Protective Service was a fake?
My subscription.
SPCA, that one. That's where you get in trouble.
Yeah.
I love her eyes.
Whose eyes?
Mina's. She does not agree. Mina.
Poor thing.
You're fine. Let me love you. There you go. See, she can leave anytime she wants. She chooses to be here.
Does she?
Yeah, she's not going anywhere.
Hey, alcohol, actually, no, wait, no, that still happens, never mind. Now, I might have a concern, I might actually have to leave the alcohol bottles behind.
Why?
I might be thinking of beer cans, but I'm pretty sure whenever you have either bottles or cans of alcohol, they actually explode if they get too cold, right?
I don't know.
Oh, carbonated drinks tend to.
I was just grabbing my drink.
Yep, they do.
Mina.
It's like put in a freezer, they will explode.
Chill.
I hope Paul doesn't write that down.
I didn't even hear what you said.
Hey, Mina,
good.
didn't your husband say that? What did he say when you were talking about cats? He says when he was dating you or asked you to get married, you didn't talk about cats. It was dogs. If you would have known,
Oh, he's full of shit.
or something like that. Yeah. He said, "Yeah, you weren't talking about cats then. If I would have known."
Bullshit. Coulda, woulda,
I am
shoulda.
still surprised. I'm still surprised how you could add. You adopted your doggies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they took so fond to little kitties. The young pups, they tend to be okay,
Yes.
but an adult dog, it can be dangerous.
They love them. Black dog is in love with them. She loves cats.
Oh,
It's
that's
weird.
good. You got very, very lucky.
Yeah. She always wants to be around them. They don't agree,
Really?
but they, they put up with her.
All right, well, guys, you should take bio breaks and all that kind of stuff before Paul gets back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Good
AFK
point.
for a few
Be right
minutes.
back.
Yep. Or in Leonie's case, he's gonna drink a few, right, Leonese?
Haha, funny.
All right, I'll be right back.
Also, really, helium.
I don't think helium would have. Well, I guess it would make you sound younger.
The helium would make it more high pitched, but not really younger.
Well, you would sound like
Or
a
just
younger
make
person.
people annoying.
Funny.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I wanted my voice to sound deep so that I wouldn't sound cringe on the TF2 VC. Now it's coming back to bite me.
Why is Chaos biting? Chaos is biting me. He was the good kitty. Let's see. He was supposed to be the good kitty. Why so angry?
I just went into the Avrae like the actual Avrae help Discord area, and asked them how the best way to set up the role that the website says it says I either need admin rights to like subscribe the server to stuff, or there's a certain role title that I can have someone set up, but I don't know what specific permissions. Obviously, it's an alternative to full admin, but I don't know what it does need me to have permissions for. So I just asked. Because if we can set that up in a way where I don't need full admin, but I know how to set the role up properly for the parts that I do need access to, then I can not have to drag someone along while I get everything set up for you guys. Not that it's hard, it just means I have to show somebody where to go to subscribe to all the fucking shit I want them to subscribe to.
Subscribe to everything.
I mean, I've subscribed to a lot of workshop stuff on Avrae. Now the other thing is, I don't know if all of it's. They did a big overhaul recently where some of the custom commands stopped working, so I don't know if everybody's updated all the ones I'm subscribed to, but most of them should work.
Oh, really? What kind?
Well, like you can have custom commands that'll let you that let you do, like, you can add what they call a snippet at the end of an attack roll if you're a rogue that automatically applies your sneak attack damage and things like that.
Oh, that's good.
That's just one of many examples. Barbarian Rage, same thing. Reckless Attack, that sort of thing. There's also built ones that are built for, like, the D&D Beyond exclusive stuff, like Matt Mercer's Gunslinger subclass. Somebody built all the custom commands for that. So it'll work properly with the Avrae. Shit like that. There's tons of them, but and for druids from some of the newer books that I don't think they have the commands built into Avrae by default, you can like get stars druid stuff to work properly, stuff like that.
They have a bot for just about anything.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's tons of Discord bots.
I have a bot that can hug
Very
you.
cool. There's one that
Bot?
Yep,
There's
it
one we
gives
use
hugs.
in our. There's one we use in our server for actually setting up like the like one shots. You can put up a scheduled time and people can sign up for it and stuff.
Alright, I'm back.
I am almost back. Will be in another minute or two.
Oh, one of the guys in my thing, Penguin, my biggest fan, he made a AMEOWZING bot and he sold it to someone else. That was really cool.
AMEOWZING.
AMEOWZING. It just like sends nice, cool cat facts and stuff.
Oh, your biggest fan is awesome. He's
Yeah.
hosted the server here a couple times too. Very cool.
Oh,
He hasn't
yeah.
been partaking in any of the community stuff lately, but that's all good. Maybe he's busy.
Yeah, it seems he's been busy lately. He'll be
He's
back.
avoiding you, Mina.
I knew it. I saw his little pineapple penguin the other day. It was so cute, and then he had to go.
Okay, he said he had to go, and all of a sudden I hear like a dog barking. Was that yours or?
It was mine. I think it's Black
okay.
Dog.
That's what she
Elvis,
said.
do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and see your server settings and add a role called server aliaser. Doesn't need any special privileges, just the name, just the role existing and assigned to me should be enough to let me set everything up for you in the background for the bot.
All right, so the role is going to be called what? Server what?
I'll type it out in Adventure
Okay.
Chat. That. As far as I know, according to the Avrae help folks, it shouldn't need any extra privileges. Avrae should be able to register that because I have that title in a role,
Okay.
I can do what I need to do.
All right, so we will get. Oh, interesting.
And then worst case, if they say that should work, if for some reason it doesn't, then you and I can just, have a voice chat sometime during the week and I'll walk you through how to do it for us.
All right.
But ideally, since I have all the stuff I want you guys to have access to already, like in my personal workshop collection, if it'll work, I might as well just do it myself.
Oh, cool. Let me add you there.
And another one. My kitty is having a drink.
Mina was licking my drink. She likes the condensation. Just the outside of the cup.
I need to find an MP3 of that one medic loser quote someday.
Oh yeah, since I upgraded my PC, I had to get new audio for some of my commands. So I got a dog barking one for my mod Carla, because I know she likes dogs.
Let me know when it says that I have the role. Or when
Yes,
assign it to me.
you are on it.
All
Does
right,
it matter
so
what
what
position it is on the list or no?
they said it should just be the name, the title should be enough. So I'm going to test it right now before I go upstairs, just so I know. And I'll test it with the fighter collection because we have a fighter in the group.
Gasp. I wonder what that is.
It works. It fucking works.
Attack!
Nice.
Oh yeah, baby. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
So, now, that'll give me a chance to add some things for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to add the druid stuff,
Mhm.
because you has druids. You also have a cleric. Although the cleric, most of their stuff seems to will probably work fine anyway, but just in case.
Imagine if Chip had to play Spotify ads. Because that's the main thing it uses.
Sorcerer basics. For now, I'm basically just doing some of the general stuff that'll be good for lots of people. Well, I'll do more of the other stuff offline. Definitely want magic item shopping.
Oh yeah, really that too.
I'll do that other fighter alias one I have, just in case. Blood Hunter collection.
My cat's trying to leave the room, but she can't quite figure out how to stop closing the door.
Dunamancy.
Oh, there is the hug. It actually has an animated hug.
Yeah, it's pretty cute. The April bot. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Robo hugs Mina.
Yay! It's dumb, but I love it.
Back into the sauna of death. Alright, now, is there anything...
Robo.
Is there anything else that I am
Do
needing?
you get a hug?
Yikes forever.
Yes.
Hey, quick question for something else I've been working on. Does the Feywilds exist in your world?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
just
all the realms still exist. They're slightly own version of them in each universe.
Alrighty.
Damn, that's a good roll. I like the roll. Even though I do like clicking them in D&D and Beyond, it's kind of cool, but this is cool too.
All right.
With this, we know that some peeps don't add stuff to their rolls, right, Mina? Just kidding.
Do me a favor.
It was me, I confess.
Mina. Let's do just for shiggles, you have an ability on your soul knife called Psychic Whispers, I believe, correct?
Oh yeah, I can talk to everyone
Yeah.
remotely.
Do !P Whispers. I want to see if something I signed up for is taking effect.
Oh,
No,
I think
no
I
fake.
didn't do it on my sheet yet.
No, you put a space in that case. For that one, you don't want to.
Ah.
Just do P Whispers. Yeah, so it won't work for you because you have to have it on your own. But we'll get around that eventually. But the command, all I really cared about was, does the command try to work? And the answer is yes. I'm just looking up some. Do me a favor, Mina. Try doing just a normal attack, even with just a normal weapon, and try putting sneak at the end. I want to see if it'll work. I feel like it should, but it wasn't working for the. Yeah, see, it's not doing it. It should be. Sneak.
A little bit greedy.
There are no results. What do you mean there are no results? Bastard. I don't know why that one's not working. Anyway, I'll look into that more throughout the week. But yes, I didn't. The in thing.
Oop.
He lagged out. Oh no.
Oh,
He's gone.
oh dear, we lost him.
All those commands overwhelmed him.
It was
There
too
he's back.
much.
Oh yeah.
And he's back.
Oh, it's been 20 years. Where were you, man?
And forever, my goodness.
Plotting how to kill you, motherfucker.
Got him.
Good use of time.
Yay.
So, you begin your travel the next morning. Once I remembered to flip my stream back to gameplay and unmute the audio. There we go. Okay. So, you begin to start your next batch of travel. And after, let's just put, I'm just going to put something, it's not even a map I made or downloaded or anything. I'm just literally in Owlbear, it'll give you some like really basic, just like if you don't have any specific map, it'll just give you like a stone floor or something like that you can use in a pinch. So I'm just going to put it as sand, but it's getting kind of for quickness. But it's gonna be it's more snowy at this point. I just wanted something quick because I didn't have a specific map for this section. So I'm just gonna throw you guys on there. Any old place doesn't really matter. Just so your tokens are there for you.
There you go.
Boop. But yeah, like I said, this is supposed to be more snowy than sandy at this point, but I just grabbed it in a hurry because I forgot, because I didn't bother making a open area map. I don't usually, I didn't have time to make something with detail, and making just a plain snowy ground seemed boring. But that's what so I'm using this instead. Also, I need to change the music for you guys. Give me a moment.
Do you guys like the addition of music? It's kind of cool, though.
It kind of actually helps keep me more. What's the word? Like not invested. Like I'm not interested, but more so helps me focus. I don't know. Same thing with like if I do it with like.
Can you do me a favor? Can you make me one more roll? As far as it should just be the same as the one you made, but can you call it DJ and give it to me?
Just DJ?
Yeah, just capital D, capital J.
Yeah, it's like it gets you the vibe.
It's just so that it will allow me to skip songs and things. So you guys are starting your.
There you go.
All right, let's see if that one works.
It's immersion. That's a good word too.
No, I don't want to skip. I want to show queue.
Do it.
No, that's not what I want to do. Stop. Well, supposedly, okay. Being alone with the bot or having a DJ role also works. Well, I have one, but apparently it's not working. All right. So do me a favor, then go in and hit stop on the now playing message there at the bottom. Lovely. All right. It will let me start playing one, but it won't let me control it after that. So I'll just.
Yeah, I think that's how it works for everyone, isn't it?
Everyone that's not admin, or that doesn't have that DJ role, but it doesn't tell me if I need special permissions with the DJ role. So we're going to put on. Let's go with Yeah, let's go with this one.
Dragon Quest, interesting.
Hmm.
And then we'll go with this one.
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh.
And then this one.
You like
What do you require of me, mother? The riches of the world.
Alexander
our
Nakarada.
rewards, or
Yes,
send
yes, Alexander, quick shout out for him, even though technically, legally, I don't have to. He's dope as hell, and he's the one that I use all the music you're going to hear me use comes from.
Yep.
Oh, Discord has decided to stop registering my typing randomly. Not entirely, but like slow down.
Discord moment.
Pretty much. Now, I don't know how accurate all of this will be for what I'm looking for, but it's fine. It'll give us some stuff to listen to. I know exactly what songs I'm going to use it for one thing, though. I'm just putting this on until we get there. There. That'll do. That should do for now. It should give us a solid like half hour of music, give or take. Yeah. All right. So, as you are traveling along, you come to a point in what is clearly snow and definitely not a sandy background. Further, there are obviously cliffs and stuff, rocks all around you, but again, didn't have time to quite make this map and didn't know if I was going to need this particular map, so I just thought of it on the fly. And up ahead of you, you see something appearing. And a 5e bear.
Fighting wild animals. Ooh.
Oh no, no, oh yeah.
So 3 of these guys.
Oh good, it's big.
My favorite.
It's not that big.
They're not that big, you mean?
They seem to be approaching you.
They're pigs.
They're friendly.
Yeah, why don't you go up and say hi to them?
Okay.
Does anyone, have
Should we
some...
just try to avoid this?
Oh my god.
We need to harm the wildlife.
Welcome.
the fuck?
Oh, I don't think they're
Mushroom
wildlife.
surprise. Oh, it's
They're
Hollow
bears.
Knight.
Seem pretty wild.
Holla, holla, holla. I forgot
They have
I
snouts.
had
I'm
that turned
assuming
off.
they're
There we go.
queer core boars or something like that.
I forgot to turn that
Anyone
off
like pack
on
any
that channel.
sugar rations?
I didn't say those were accurate
There.
tokens.
Oh.
And there's Mina.
No, those are just the basic beast tokens.
Sparksy.
Oh.
Here we go.
Uh,
Here we go. Let me get you a shout out. Let's
Prepare,
fucking go
Robo. We'll have
polymorph.
to
Oh my
fight our
god.
brethren.
So good to see you.
Or we don't fight. Maybe
Well-
perhaps we move around.
Perhaps.
and
Or
get
we could
ourselves
always
caught
let
up.
the jester
Mm.
entertain them while we all slip by and get away. Hey, no, that might be a good idea.
It's D&D.
Which one of us is this jester you're talking
Dynamite.
about?
Oh, I wonder who the clown is in the group.
Oh dear.
Sounds a lot like you.
Melvis
You are
is savage.
But no, we
Right?
should probably,
Yes.
if anything, we should probably try to be sneaky about this and get around them. I don't feel like getting my guts ripped out.
Nor do I think
May-
any of us
Ooh.
do.
What if they were sent here on purpose?
Yeah,
You're reading
Cat.
too much into bears. It's we're in the mountains. You see them.
Yeah, the bears are mercenaries.
They're,
Wait, why are they're getting closer? We
They're
should probably
getting
be
closer.
careful.
Yeah, we should really move.
It's too late.
I agree.
It looks
They're
like they're trying to
surrounding us.
circle us.
Yeah.
Can we
Well,
try
now-
diplomacy?
With bears, if you can speak to animals, go ahead.
We have druids.
We got bear
True.
friends.
Hey, maybe if we shapeshift into a bear, Robo, they'll leave us alone. Well,
I
they
don't think
slide.
Robo can. You
I
Oh,
don't
they're
think they can.
closed. Uh-oh.
yeah,
Oh.
no, Druid, you should diplomacy with the wildlife. We all Get outta here.
we're in.
I think that's
yeah,
gonna cause more
guys,
of a territory issue.
perhaps we
Uh,
need to.
Oh wait, are they communicating with us?
No, well they are, but I don't think they have. You don't want to hear what they're saying.
How many of us packed food?
apparently, they're sniffing around you.
Alright.
do they seem threatening?
Well, to be fair, bears aren't very...
It's a
Immediate
bear.
Yeah, Melphis, do you want to do the whole whatever you do and become
You
a
mean-
bear?
I could become a bear.
I don't...
Maybe that'll threaten them. Maybe it won't.
Oh, I don't know if it will, but we could try, right?
They aren't exactly
Yeah.
impeding us
Or we
either.
can just maybe we can just move around them.
Yeah, let's try to move around.
Just don't make yourself look cowering. I don't know, I heard something a bit ago. I forget the whole thing. I don't think they like big stuff.
The only
or
thing
small
is,
stuff.
we best be careful because do not allow them getting kind of sneak attacks, right? Behind, I mean, back.
Zen
feel
would
like-
he just like to not a huge portion, but just like whatever he has, any meat, because he has rations, and just like to just throw it, just
Yeah, good idea.
off
Maybe
in the
they'll-
distance, just whoosh,
I feel like
anywhere
that'd
that
attract
isn't
wolves.
in our direct path.
Or give me a strength check.
Lovely. All right. How do I do that in that? Oh, it's just C, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exclamation point C strength, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I did in the bot commands. Whoops. Anyways, it's 22.
I thought it was S. Explanation
Oh,
S
the
at the same time.
misery.
This is for saving throws, but I did in bot commands and it was 22.
You're able to throw it about 50 feet.
Do they have a reaction?
Let's find out. One of them stays, the other two immediately run.
Oh, run. Interesting.
Well, one remains, and it doesn't seem like it's really aggressive.
Well, let us continue on then, unless someone else cares to distract that one as well. But
I don't think bears like beer.
No, they don't like beer.
Hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. Robo, doesn't your druid have charm beast or something like that?
I
Or-
don't think so.
Oh, too bad.
What if we just try walking? Maybe if we keep our composure, it won't bother us.
yeah, no, we're moving maybe to the right, just scurry along.
Interesting.
So, Raina, you made an animal handling check.
I was just testing it.
She
Really?
says
So it works with
she
no
says
spaces.
she's testing it after getting a low roll, huh?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, it's got
how
2 words
convenient.
to it, so I want to do like a space, and I get eaten by the bear.
This
You struck the-
bear comes up over here and very aggressively sniffing the cat.
Oh no!
Oh no.
He smells the.
I sniff him back.
He smells a nasty kitty when he's. Sees
Oh
one.
no! Are they
The
coming
other bears
back?
were coming back.
They think we have more. You want here? You want to throw it?
There's 3 large, full-grown bears, and you threw some jerky.
Fair enough, it worked for a bit.
It did, right?
Yeah, but they might
Nah.
become reliant.
We have pets now.
I don't
Either
mean
they-
I don't mean it like that, but sure, whatever helps you sleep at night.
Hold on one second.
That'll be initiative.
Ah,
Don't we have animal handling? Anybody? Mine is a 1.
My animal handling is called my sword.
Fair enough. Okay, we're fighting.
my animal handling's called disengage.
Yeah, that's another
Yeah.
good one.
I like that.
It'd just be this, right? Oh, great.
All right, sorry, I had to go AFK for a second. So, are we battling?
Yeah, initiative.
I don't
Ooh,
know why it's
18.
saying. I don't know why
Oh,
it's
yeah.
saying KainDrago rolls of 1. I don't get that. Never does
what?
that on my thing, but that might just be a weird new thing they added. Or a default setting that needs to be changed or something. It doesn't matter. It's not important. It doesn't affect the actual rolls. All right. So, let's have. We have.
So we got a 3, an 18, and a 20 or 10, 4, 6. All right.
Bears don't roll that great.
So far, I believe I would be first.
Where's
Yeah,
the?
correct.
I don't see any of the lists here. I just see.
Are you in adventures chat?
Yeah, where's the list? Oh, there it is. Oh wait,
To-
there are too many dice. No. Whispers.
Oh, you're far up. You gotta go down.
I haven't posted a list yet. I'm waiting for people to roll.
Oh, okay.
So for rolling initiative,
We need Mel, Robo, and
Exclamation
Raina.
C space INIT.
Exclamation C space in it.
Initiative in it.
Boy, it's
Alright.
got some initiative there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got a 12.
Oh, I got
really?
that. Nice.
So I go last then.
So Melphis is third.
Leanings would be a pretty good Londoner. He has 4 knives. Technically, 2 are short swords, but
There you go.
Is that how you
Oh.
consider Londoners people with knives?
what is that not what they are?
All right. There's your initiative tracker.
Bear 1, Bear 2, Bear 3. Okay. This will be interesting.
So, Leonides, you're up first. What do you want to do?
All right, the bears are attacking us. First, can I ask how much HP do these things have?
They should have
No.
34. No? Oh.
No, you cannot ask that.
Oh,
Oh no.
Really?
You cannot
sh-
meta. You cannot meta my game.
Ah, shoot. I can't meta game. No, my only
Oh
weakness.
man, if only.
You can try.
I can. Yeah, sure. Let me just look at your screen quick. No.
I mean, you could just look up the kind of bear it is.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. That's boring. I think my best interest would be actions in combat. We rolled initiative. I am going to I feel like disengage might be the best option right now because yeah.
Hold on one second.
Okay. So disengage.
Yes.
You don't actually need to do any. I mean, once I add more custom commands, there are some for disengage, I think, but you don't actually need to. You can just say you disengaged.
Yeah.
So that's your bonus action since you're a rogue.
Yep.
What do you want to do with your action? Dash?
I'm not necessarily running. I more so just want to back up because I don't know what's going on yet.
Okay.
So I guess disengage is normal rocking distance, just to remind me, right?
Yeah. Disengage doesn't even give you any movement. It just lets you
Avoid opportunity attack. Maybe.
Yes, for most things.
Alright. Yep, in that case I will just dash away quick just so I can not die immediately. Right. Let me see if I correct.
D&D Beyond.
And I believe I can't do anything much else this turn, so I pass.
Okay. These guys do that. Okay. Good to know. So that's your turn?
Yeah.
Raina.
All right. I'm gonna try my attack on the one nearest me. That doesn't seem to appreciate me. Okay. And a soul kniff. Okay, 14 to hit. Hmm.
14 will hit.
Excellent.
11 damage.
11 damage.
I'm just going to say number one. I didn't actually go in and label them on the map yet, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
We'll just say this one's 1, this one's 2, and this one's 3. Anything else you would like to do?
All right, I can do my second weapon.
I didn't roll a
And
D100. I have no idea why it did that.
let's see, we're not flanking. Okay, so then I just do my other hand, which I don't have really set up correctly, I don't think.
I don't know why it says I rolled a D100. I did not.
The shadows whisper of conspiracy, then the bots are lying.
Okay, so I'll do this again. This will just be for the attack roll, the to hit roll. Does
Well, it
it
misses.
9? Okay, cool. Then I am done. This is pretty
Alright.
nice. Nice.
So, Melphis, you're up.
Well, I guess since there's bears here, why don't I wild form shape into a bear? Do I have to type anything for that?
No, not for now. Just do for now. If you want to, you can do this command and it should work. I think that will work.
Here, let me try it.
I might have the... Yeah, there we go.
All right.
So, what are you turning into?
I was thinking about a dire wolf. The only thing is, I don't think the knockback is going to work against bears. They're too big, right? They're too big, bulky.
Well, pull up a dire wolf stat block and tell me what it says.
All right, so it is 37. Strength is it's strength 17 plus 3, so that's not too
I
bad.
don't care about that. I care about the part of your attack you're talking about.
All right, so if the target's a creature, they must succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw, or be knocked.
Does it say something about being a certain size or smaller?
It says all it says is if the target is a creature.
Okay. So then you can knock them back.
All right. So I will
Knock
turn
them
into a dire wolf.
Okay.
All right.
Which one would you like to attack? 1, 2, or 3?
I will attack the.
Well, you'll have to. Well, 1 or 2 unless you want to move.
I'm going to attack number. Which one did you attack? Underpaid or?
Underpaid hasn't attacked anyone.
Okay.
Yet.
So I'm going to attack.
Raina attacked number 1 because we didn't bother specifying, so I just arbitrarily made it number 1.
I'll attack number 1 as well.
Okay. You have advantage because Zen is standing next to him.
All right. Perfect. So let me do my 2. Is it D20s? Plus I have.
Oh yeah. So yeah, since you're in beast form, yeah, do R2D. Actually, don't even do 2D20. Do RD20 plus whatever your modifier is, and then put ADV at the end instead.
All right. So here it's D20.
Do this.
And let me.
What's your modifier for the wolf?
I get a plus whole 5 here to
plus
hit.
5 to hit. There.
All
Copy
right.
and paste that.
Let me do this, and also I'm going to save it. 24.
That hits.
All right. So let me now
are you going to take average or roll this time?
I'm going to roll because remember I decided last session, even though.
All right. So what does it say your damage for that attack is? Is it like 2d6 plus 3 or something like that? I think.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
All right.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I can do that instead. Let me cut and paste these all and keep it in my notes so I don't have to. Here we go. That 15.
Fuck, max damage. There you go.
Let's go.
All right, 15. That guy is looking pretty hurt at this point. Anything else you want to do?
I believe that is all I can do. Now, did he survive? Did he do the DC 13 save throwing for knockback?
You mean for prone?
Yeah.
No, not yet.
All right. DC 13 strength saving.
Let me see. And saving throw proficiencies, so just a strength score. He is not knocked prone.
All right. And I think that's it for my turn.
All right. So the bear is going to respond.
All right.
And it is going to respond by trying to bite the absolute shit out of you.
Mm.
And it misses. Because I know what your armor class is as a bear or as a direwolf. And it's going to try to attack you with the claws and misses again.
Let's go.
Nice.
Wolf
And
moment.
bear number 2 is going to. Oh, son of a bitch! Hold on, I need to.
Oh, flank.
He missed
Advantage.
with his first attack because those were actually supposed to be part of the same roll because they have you flanked. However, I am going to count both of them as a single advantage roll, so he still misses with the first attack. But he now gets another chance at the second attack and does not miss with a 25. So you take. Let's see. Do I want to roll or do I want to? Yeah, we're playing around with the bot tonight. Let me roll. 12 slashing damage from his claws.
All right. Now, what was the command to minus health again? Exclamation mark what?
It may or may not work, but it should be that.
All right. Let me try it.
Oh yeah, does it work?
Or
now that
no,
you've
no, you
jerked
don't
out?
actually do that because you're in wolf form right now, so you don't.
Oh,
You're not taking the damage yourself.
Oh, so let me just keep a mental note.
But also, I need to run some tests tonight now that you gave me the thing I need to subscribe you to stuff, so that I can make sure I get it all working properly, because some of it wasn't working earlier. So that's it for that first bar. The second one is also going to try and take some chunks out of you because you attacked its friend.
I'm at 25 health right now.
Oh, in wolf form, you mean?
Yeah,
All right.
because I had 37 to begin with.
So that's a 19. That's going to hit you. For 13 piercing damage from the bite.
Ooh. So I am at. Ooh, wow, shit! I'm at low. I'm 12 health.
A 21. Hold on 1 second. So technically, I'm going to give you a choice. When I did that first attack just now, that I rolled the 13 on, technically I was looking at the wrong damage. I was looking at his claws, and that was a bite attack.
Okay.
Do you want me to re-roll that damage, or do you want to keep that and say hit you with the claws first, and then just have me roll bite damage now?
You could roll the bite damage.
Okay.
My die, guys. No, we don't have our trusty
7.
cleric tonight. All right, so -7. All right, so I'm at 5 HP as wolf. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Now you still also have your full hit point pool when you switch forms, unless you take damage over top of that. So next up we have Robo.
Heal me, Robo.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to use.
I'd like to point out there's a
Flaming?
very large bear next to you.
I know. I would like to do Flaming Spear and Bear Free.
Okay.
Behind it, I'm assuming Robo, right?
So to do that, that should do it. Just copy and paste that and post it again. So it doesn't take damage unless it ends its turn next to the sphere, or unless you hit it with the sphere, which I assume you're going to do.
Yeah, I'm going to hit it with a spear.
Okay. So while you do that, I'm going to go add some more music to the list because we're running out.
More fighting music.
That's that's the hope. Yes.
I'll be right back.
I haven't listened to it all yet, so there is that.
It's epic.
but I'm assuming this is going to be fairly epic if it says it's a track called Mega Epic.
If it ain't, then that ain't epic, is it?
Very true indeed. I mean, obviously, the one that's playing right now isn't going to be that because that one is still playing. But
Hey, why does Robo's spell say 2 slots used? Weird. Or is it because of a level 2 spell?
it's a level 2 spell slot.
Ah, okay.
And let me chuck one more on here for now. There we go. That'll do for a few more minutes. All right, back to what we were doing. So, he needs to make a dex save, I believe it is. Yeah, dexterity save. 14. What is your spell DC, Robo? What's your spell save DC? Should say at the top of your spells tab.
The attack/save area.
I think so. You should
Yeah,
have
it
a
should
spell attack bonus and then a save DC.
I see deck 11.
Oh, no, click on your spell. You see action, spell, inventory, spells, and then you'll see it. There's 3 cut things there.
Yeah, go under spells.
Then you'll see modifier, spell attack, and then save DC.
I need the save DC.
I don't know what it looks like on mobile, but
Oh, you're
Pretty
on
sure
mobile.
it's
Well, if you're on
roughly the same.
mobile, we'll just pull it up and look at it. I thought everybody was on the computer. Except for occasionally me.
okay, we look.
So if you start on your main character page that it loads when you load the sheet, swipe right 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and you should be in your spell section.
4 times. God, man, mobile's bad. Poor Robo, he needs a computer.
I know, right?
I actually prefer I actually kind of prefer mobile for D&D Beyond myself, but
D&D Beyond Mobile is it's actually shockingly nice.
In my opinion, not good for building characters just because it's a little clunky to type on like a phone, but it is.
Yeah, I don't like
The character building in mobile is D&D Beyond is still unrefined and a little weird because it brings you to an extension to a web browser and it's a little weird. But they're working.
I have
on
no
it.
idea what the hell any of you are talking about. I have no problem making characters on that.
It's strange. It's not hard, but it's
It
weird.
looks exactly the same. It's just shrunk for a mobile screen.
Wait, but I still make stuff on Beyond Mobile.
I
don't
just
problem with
I just like the app that I use to make my character on mobile, the 5th edition character sheet.
That's what I use for anything I'm making for Sundays.
Nice.
Beyond this for all my online only stuff. So Robo, what is your spell save DC?
I think 1d8.
Well,
No, it should be a number. Where are you on your character sheet?
The spell section.
Okay,
Here,
at
hold
the
on, let
top
me-
of the spell section, you should see a modifier, a spell attack number, and a save DC.
11 deep save. It's 11. I'm looking at a sheet online.
That is very oddly low for a
11?
cleric
Yeah, it says 11
Or
DC. Oh no, he's a druid.
or a
Yeah, he's
druid.
not a cleric.
That means your wisdom must be stupid low.
Wait, Robo, why is your wisdom is only 1? That doesn't make sense, Robo.
What?
Wait, is it 12? Oh no, it's 12 plus 1. Wow, yeah, his wisdom's not that good.
So if you scroll up slightly higher, Robo, above the all where you currently see the word all 0 first second, you should see an actual like number. Now I got what I needed from that, but
I was looking at the like prepared spell section the entire time, confused.
Oh, now you found it, right? It's 11, right? Even though, why is your negative?
Yeah.
but yeah, your save is 11, so you were whatever you were trying to do. I don't even remember at this point. Flaming sphere, so he
Sphere.
passes, so he takes half damage. So I need you to roll 2d6 for me now.
2d6.
And I really, really need you guys to learn how your character sheets work and what you have.
6. That's not a good roll.
6 damage. Half of that is 3, and that was on number 3. All right. So that was your bonus action. Was also your action, I think, to at the it was your action to cast it, and bonus action to make an attack. So unless you're moving, which I'm not going to say would be a bad idea right now, but it would be a pretty bad idea right now. So unless you're moving, I'm assuming your turn's over.
Yeah.
Okay. Next in initiative order, we have bear number 3. You have made him cranky, Robo.
Oh god.
Let me just check a thing here. No, he does not have advantage. But a 26 is going to hit. And then he's going to claw you as well. The 23, that will hit.
Uh-oh.
Another 12 for a total of 21 damage you suffer. Your Robo is currently at 6 hit points.
I'll walk it off.
That doesn't look the command works with currently.
Yeah, it doesn't work yet. I still have to do some setting up.
Gotcha.
I just have to remind myself what set of commands we have that makes it work.
Okay, back.
But the good thing is, because that thing worked, I can now dig through my own subscriptions and to the Avrae workshop, and I don't have to make Melphins do it, and I don't need admin to do it. So I can just take my time and dig through it all in the background and get it all working the way I want it to.
Lovely.
That being said, now that bear number 3 has torn 7 strips of shit out of one of your druids, Zen.
I'm gonna do something extremely unexpected. I'm gonna use my sword and slash. Add bear number 1.
Fantastic. Go ahead and make your attack. You do not have advantage.
Gotcha.
Unless you like move around to the backside of him, but if you do that, then number 3 gets an opportunity.
Yeah, about to say I can't really move to the bear. 3.
That,
low roll.
however, will hit, and that was on number which one?
3. No, 1.
He is dead.
Great.
There we go.
I guess I'll attack 3 then with my action surge.
Okay. Oh, do me a favor right quick. Do this
Oh.
command. I want to see if it works because I subscribe to a couple of things that have extra fighter ability commands, and I want to see if that's.
Action surged. Wow.
Oh. Yeah. Also, do me a favor. Run this command. I keep hitting the wrong button. Since you're on a free version, it might not register that, but it should.
I think it'll just tell me I have to buy it because I don't actually buy any of the. Oh, this didn't work at all.
Oh, I don't have the level command totally set up yet. Anyway, the action surge command works. So
Lovely. Yeah, but I rolled a 15.
yeah, that hits.
And I do 16.
All right. 39, 27. Okay. Top of the round. Let me just check on this. All right. So, top of the round.
Mr. Leonese, I believe, right?
Correct. Right?
Incorrect.
What?
Scary
Common.
monster. Just, oh, lovely.
Yeah, that's also just an example token. Basically, if I don't have a custom token made, Owlbear has like this. This is a token to represent X kind of monster, like category of monster. This is not what it actually looks like. I will show you what it actually looks like, however.
Oh no. I don't like the idea that it's labeled an aberration.
It doesn't look exactly like this, but it's fairly close. Honestly, you know what? I'm just going to quickly send it from my phone instead. Because I already know I have the picture saved there, and I don't know if I remembered to save it properly. Swim. It looks more or less like this art. It is based off this art.
Oh,
Oh, how lovely.
yeah, about
Wow. So
Suddenly Magma, but Magma is instead whatever that is.
Guessing that's what they were talking about, the evil creatures in the mountain.
So it's gonna move
well.
10, 20, 30.
Hmm?
And it is going to extend those two horrendous bone sword arms and spin in a circle.
oh my.
Zen, I need a deck save.
Oh, I love me a good deck save. Woohoo.
Oh no.
Holy crap.
He's
good
a
thing I disengaged.
bear.
Oh, God.
8.
That's not gonna pass.
I'm going to give you a choice here. Rolled
Roll
or
or
average?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Never taken average in my life, and I'm not gonna start now.
Okay.
Unwise.
You take 32 slashing damage.
You rolled 4 net ones, all right? See that as a win.
I mean, that is significantly lower than the average.
Which is scary. Considering I'm almost dead.
Robo, you're gonna have to heal. Or I'm gonna have to actually shapeshift back and heal too.
You know what? Take your hit points back.
Oh.
I'm going to retcon that. But remember, for those of you that are into that whole metagaming thing, just remember that those things have that ability later. For now, though, it's actually going to multi-attack the bear.
Oh wow, okay.
Because I did bring it out at this time for a reason.
Very fun.
Everyone's harm their breaks or anything. However, it is going to do something now that I'm rearranging what attacks it's doing and what it's allowed to, and based on the stat block, what it's allowed to do. I do instead need a wisdom save from you.
Oh, great. I think my wisdom is actually worse than my dex.
Yay, mental health trauma.
What's one more?
Actually better, but...
So, you are frightened of the creature. You are under the effects of the frightened condition.
Meaning I run.
Nope. This particular one, you don't have to run. You just, if it leaves your range, you can't get closer to it.
Okay.
But there are different like levels to the frightened ability condition and specialty ones and stuff. It will specify if you are allowed to, if you have to run away or not. This one doesn't.
Gotcha.
So it now, however, is going to attack the shit out of that bear. So that hits.
Or KFK again.
For 12 damage. On bear number 3. It's going to make another attack. Bear number 3 is toasted.
Pleasant.
Not toasted literally, but like is dead.
Yeah.
Now it's going to attack Zen.
Great. Love being attacked.
So let me just check condition. Frightened. Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. The creature can't willingly move closer. Yeah, that's the basic frightened. So if it moves away from you, you can't move closer to it, and you have disadvantage on stuff while you can see it. But it does not inherently like stop you from trying to fight it or anything like that. So 17 does not hit you, however.
It's a good start.
Neither does a 15.
Wow, how lucky.
And I believe that's everything it can do in one turn. Oh, it has one more attack. But it still missed you.
Lucky.
Oh, oof.
So now it's Leonid's turn.
Okay, so my original plan was to run back up and see if I could sneak attack Bear 2, but I have no idea now what I should be prioritizing. I think I'm going to go with my original plan. Alright, so that's just 10 feet away, so would I be able to have advantage on the attack on that bear?
Are you next to it?
No, but I'd like to move first.
If you move over to this square here, you would have advantage on it, or this one
All right.
here. So go ahead and make your attack. I don't think I've got the sneak attack working quite right yet, so just do your attack and then we can roll the 2d6 if you hit.
Alright. Exclamation point A short sword, correct?
Mhm. And then just pick either one. That does not hit. You forgot to roll with advantage though, and I forgot to tell you to.
Oops.
So for now, just roll d20 plus 6.
Is there a basic just roll d20 command?
Yes. You should be able to see it right above where I did d20 plus 9 a second ago.
Why does that Carlbot keep doing that?
Because it's misinterpreting something.
Oh.
That
Not
is
sure
a
exactly what.
crazy looking eye.
I forgot that had +6, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The fifth 21 hits for 5 damage, and roll your sneak attack. So what you're going to want to do for that one, but remove the thing on before the exclamation mark. For additional 8, so 13 damage. All right, go ahead and do your offhand attack if you wish.
Yep.
You still have advantage on it, but no sneak attack. So to do what I was. This is what you do.
Is there a specific command for offhand?
Yes, but I don't know if it works right now or if it's a custom one. But if it works, it should be that one. And then just pick whichever sword. It doesn't really matter. So it did not work, so I'll have to work on that. So you did 2 damage.
Alright.
All right. Next up is Reyna.
Get
Oh,
it, Reyna?
Shit. My character was paying attention to the bears and is very surprised to see this thing. So I'm gonna stay where I am and attack from over here. Unless I can flank it. Ooh, let me do that.
You sure can if you want to.
Fuck yeah. Alright, let me find your flanks. Flank talks.
Get it, Mina?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna fuck it up.
That counts as a flank. Where you are now.
Excellent. So nice.
Distract it with your purring.
My prey.
It
It's
probably
like a parry.
won't work, but you never know.
You never know. Yeah. Maybe we'll become best friends. Okay, 23 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
That
10
and
damage?
let me
And
roll.
it's psychic damage, not piercing.
Oh right, I need to fix that. Okay,
That's
and
fine. I know it. I know what it is.
I totally forgot.
And you were hitting which thing?
It's more than one.
Well, there's a bear.
Oh,
Right. Yes, I see what you were doing now. Never mind. So describe your attack on it.
Oh man, I'm gonna go for its big gooey eyeball. Just like
Okay, it
jump.
doesn't actually have
like
a big
pouncing.
gooey eyeball.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It looks like the artwork I posted like 5 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. I have it up though. Oh my god. I'm gonna like jump on its crippled back. What is this, hunchback?
Okay,
go for its head.
Where are you trying to stab it?
I want to stab it in the back of its head, like where the neck would be.
Okay. Okay, so it just takes normal damage then.
Oh, dang.
I mean, either way, it takes normal damage, but it's
Oh, okay.
yeah. Oh wait, what kind of damage does your special attack do? Do your blades do?
Oh, you just said it. I think.
Didn't you say psychic?
Yes,
Was
psychic.
it psychic? Psionic? Soul
Could be
Knight?
psychic.
Mental or whatever that
Let
equivalent
me
is to mental.
double check. Psychic abilities.
I mean, all your shit for Soul Knife is psychic based, so I can't imagine it's not psychic damage.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
But it'll tell you on your if you go look up your subclass.
Yeah, I'm on the page here. Damage. Where's the damage type? Psychic. Is this psychic blades, psychic energy, psionic power?
So it's psychic damage.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
Psychic damage.
It doesn't seem to hurt the thing.
Oh no.
It has no psyche. The blades, they do
Yeesh.
nothing.
You sure gone after the bear?
Apparently. I was all excited about flanking this guy. I could have flanked the bear.
Would you like to disengage, perhaps?
Yeah, let me try that. That was an unsuccessful attack.
Oh, my poor advantage is walking away. Oh gosh.
I feel like that's a bit of a hit if he's asking us to disengage.
Well,
I'm
you
gonna
guys are panicking,
go
so
back.
I'm assuming you want to disengage.
I'm gonna go back to where I was. I was never here.
There goes my attempt at a flanking advantage. To my current
Hey,
disadvantage.
coward.
Well, you
you
can
wouldn't have
move.
I mean, you wouldn't have had advantage anyway.
It would have canceled, which is better than disadvantage.
Well, you can do what I did and move to the other side.
Yeah, you
Oh,
could
yeah,
wrap
I-
around and get
you're,
to
you're
Robo.
right. You're very correct.
Melphis, you're up.
All right, I will attack the bear because I think the bear is pretty low. So let me do the first command for my roll. 24, does that hit? I'm assuming it does. Let me do my roll for attack. 11 damage.
Yeah, he's grievously wounded.
All right, please finish it off, Robo.
Yes, my weapon doesn't hurt that thing.
Your weapon would have hurt the bear just fine.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So I assume, Robo, are you going to try and move your flaming spear, which would be up?
Hold on.
Let me just put some sort of token on the map for it to make life simple. So you had it up here, basically, because that's where the bear was before. I'm on the wrong thing. So you had it basically right here where the bear was. Do you want to try and hit this thing with it? Yes, no, maybe. Okay. So the dex save DC 11. And does it have any proficiencies? Yes. Okie dokie. It's going to take half damage. So roll your 2d6 fire damage. Let's see. No, Bear 2 hasn't gone yet.
Oh.
It is supposed. Oh, never mind. I skipped some stuff. Let me fix my initiative order to make my brain work easier. Robo, I'm going to let you do that anyway. And you rolled what, 7 damage? And he passed the save for half, which drops it to 3. But then it doubles to 6. How many hit points does this big bastard have? That many. So basically, there's no real way other than mechanically / meta to describe this. Robo rolled 7 damage. The thing passed its dex save, so he drops it to 3 because it rounds down on an odd number. But then it jumps back up to an even 6 because of reasons. So it took 6 damage in the end.
Was the bear finally dead? I just got back.
No, it wasn't. Nobody else hit the bear.
Oh, why would you not finish the bear?
Because Giant Death Machine is next to Robo.
Yeah, but getting rid of the extra damage of the field is important.
I'll take care of that
The
bear.
The bear hasn't hit anyone this turn. Also, now that we're doubling back because I accidentally skipped Robo and I had to Robo, the bear's probably not going to get another turn anyway.
The bear is just as confused as us, and he forgot to do something.
Not that.
Hey, that's my fanon.
Boop.
A friend, right?
Well, it's the same token I used an hour ago, so you would think so,
I would.
and you would be correct.
I'm gonna
A
cry.
monk is gonna help us. Why are you gonna cry?
It's just
Big
funny
Goliath
that
man
the way he
comes
said
to
it.
our aid.
You would think he's friendly. Maybe.
Is going
Safety monk.
Well, let's go.
And let me double check something here on the map. Actually, he's going to slide a little bit further over so he can get credit for advantage because he has 20 wisdom, so he would think of that. Oh.
I like your monk character so far. Let's hope that continues. No, I think he's gonna be good.
All right. But that's not what I wanted to do, so. Well, it is, but it isn't. So. Yeah. So that bear's toast.
Let's go.
Goodbye, bear.
Yay.
So now he's gonna go to
Why are you doing that, Paul? Quick question: if I was to shapeshift into a bear, would the bears have considered me an ally or no? Or that doesn't work like that in this in D&D?
Not once you started attacking them, they wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you did go into a bear.
No, I went dire wolf.
Turn into a wolf.
Ah.
Oh,
So
you know
now,
we did forget to do the knockback for the last.
now he's going for a second attack. He's gonna make this guy go a dex save. Actually, before I do that, let me make sure I don't accidentally fuck somebody in the party. No, I could just shoot it. I can just go straight across this way and hit it, so that's fine. So +8. It fails significantly. Perfect. All right. He is going to fire the ever-living shit out of this thing. for 1734 fire damage.
That's a lot of
Seven.
fire.
It's a lot of damage.
30 drops
What?
into
Yeah.
that. Now, he's also going to do this.
Okay, he doesn't even need us.
Man, like,
We're
We're
Wow.
mere
168
weaklings.
health or something like that. You'd probably take this thing and then like 20 others if we wanted to.
We're mere weaklings.
I mean, you're giving him advantage on his attacks. That helps.
Sure.
For 19, for 9 magical. That is not magical bludgeoning. That is actually going to be magical fire, or acid. So it's 18. So 14 will put him to that much. This might have been built in as a story warning. When you see these things later, they're going to be a problem. Because you ain't always going to have the monk.
Oh.
So let's make an extra one.
He
Let
could
me
join the
check.
group.
Right?
No, he can't.
I mean,
Maybe we can come to some sort of arrangement.
yeah.
Me?
Sure, that really convince them.
That sounds a little naughty, Mina.
A naughty kitty.
I was going to say something perverted, but I'm not going to.
Hey,
A naughty pussy.
he fails his save.
Well, kind of, but not quite like that. I was going to say maybe he enjoys petting the kitty, but
Same thing.
yours was
So that's
a
going
little
to
bit vulgar.
That's going to become 12 fire damage.
I'm a sweet pussycat.
And
Oh, you know what? Mina,
cool. Yeah.
How dead
So
is this thing?
yeah, this thing is still alive.
It's unkillable.
So, yeah. I mean, it looks like it's taken some punishment, but it's still up.
My God.
Oh my gosh. Please never let us run into one of these things again.
Oh, I guarantee you we will.
We're
Unfortunately,
going to run
definitely
into
gonna.
several at a time soon.
Oh, fun.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
what?
At that point, I think the best option is running. Lots and lots of running.
But
Yeah.
in the meantime, he's going to look at you all and be like, as soon as this, he's going to just look to you all and go, "You should leave.
And I think we should. Let's go, suckers.
You have business elsewhere."
I can care to assist still.
Should we take his advice? This thing seems quite out of our league, guys. But I don't like leaving a friend behind.
As he says he cares to assist, I'd very much be preparing, as realizing his fire. The Zen has fires too. He can do fire.
Now it's attacking with the right weapon. Lovely. That's not an actual attack. I was just testing to make sure that I removed and applied items correctly. All right. So next in initiative order, we have bear number 2 is dead. Robo we did out of order, but I let it stand because you needed the help. Bear number 3 is dead. Zen.
Zen's just gonna shout everyone just to run, and before he does anything, he's not going to leave, and instead he's going to do the decision of attacking with fire. So I'm going to use Burning Hand.
I guess Burning
Which
Hands,
is the
eh?
next save. 90% sure.
Yes, I believe it is. So
Yeah.
you're pointing it at the monster, I assume?
Yes, yeah, of course. Yes.
Yeah, it's fine. Keeloff can take a hit.
Oh, can I shift myself maybe to the right to like not hit him? Ooh,
Let me see if you go over here. 5, 10. Now they go 5, 5, 10. I guess you could probably pull it off.
Well, then I would love to do that.
Okay.
What the deck say? They're not
13.
very good DC, but you know. That is my spell save DC.
So he passes.
Yep. Damage on the rolls. 3d6.
So he takes half damage, but then it takes
But he.
double. So he,
Mm-hmm.
give or take 1 point, basically takes the same as you roll.
Yeah.
Just depends if it's an odd number or not. It's an even number, so he still takes the full 12.
Pretty mediocre roll. Not great.
Pretty
Yeah,
mediocre
roll
roll
damage.
with his 6 and 5 on 2 of the 3 dice.
And then there's a 1. I expected better.
You fucking people just aren't happy with any rolls. Jesus.
Yeah,
Oh
no, I
no.
expect perfect rolls, crits 24/7.
Perfect. I'll remember that and I'll crit on you every time I roll.
Oh, well, no, not against me. That's not how this works.
No, that's
It's a very
exactly how it
one-sided
works.
relationship.
You want all crits all the
Mhm.
time. You're getting all crits all the
Ooh.
time.
So
Oh gosh, I
toxic.
take it back. I'm happy with my rolls.
So what else do you want to do?
Considering I can't leave without it attacking me, I will stay where? I guess it's gonna attack me either way, isn't it?
I assume you're going to
No
slide back over one so that the monk has advantage next time he attacks.
There's not good advantage from Robo.
Yes, I suppose he does.
I'll stay where I am. Yeah, I mean, I might as well stay where I am. No point in really moving if he gets advantage from Robo.
Okay. Next in initiative order, top of the round, it is his turn. Well, let me make sure I read this all correctly this time. Okay. Zen, I need a wisdom save, please.
Another one. Lovely.
Yep. Oh yeah, you're frightened. You're frightened from earlier is ward off, by the way.
Ah, gotcha. I'm guessing a 4 doesn't pass.
So, you are. If a creature is leaving on the. So. Give me this. Okay. All right. So, 100. 21. For the next 4 minutes of in-game time, you are incapacitated, laying on the ground, screaming, laughing, or weeping. Let's go weeping.
Oh dear.
Great.
Our
4
resolve is
minutes?
tested.
Holy crap.
Well,
That
he's
is a
gone.
lot of turns.
Your resolve
you're
is
gonna have to
tested.
pull me out.
Irrational.
Well, actually, I'll leave it up to you. You can say they're mixed together. I don't care what flavor you put on it. But yeah, you're under the effects of a 4-minute short-term madness.
Yeah, no. If you're giving it to me, it'd probably be both crying and laughing. Like a little bit of both.
So now he's going to make a bunch of attacks. And he's going to make the first attack on who? Let's label them 1, 2, and 3. Robo. That's the first attack. Does a 19 hit you, Robo? What's your armor class?
Let me go see.
Mm-hmm.
Could be at the very top of your sheet at all times.
15.
Okay, so that hits. So we are going to roll how much damage? That much. You take 16 damage.
Think if the math adds. You're unconscious. I think you were at 5 health originally.
He was 6.
Yeah, it was 6, but either way, he's at 0 now.
6.
So, Robo, you
Yes.
are unconscious.
Yeah.
Second attack is going to go nowhere if my keyboard doesn't respond properly. To
that's
Zen.
Am I prone on the floor?
You are incapacitated, which means
I imagine this auto hits.
incapacitated, please, because I spelled it wrong. Can't take actions or reactions.
Oh. So
Uh,
guess that means
let me
they're gonna
double-check
attack me and I can still dodge.
Yes, it just says character becomes incapacitated. So yeah, you technically don't have to be on the ground.
Okay.
And I'm going to give
Chance
it
I
to you
don't
that you're not on the ground because you're probably going to need it.
I imagine.
16 doesn't even hit you. 16 does not hit you. 22 hits you.
Can't take a reaction, so no protecting me. Oh yay.
So 2d6 plus 5. 9 slashing damage. Now it's going to make its last attack.
Alright.
27 hits. How much does the damage on that one do? Oh, that's not that bad. 6.
Total of 15.
Yes. So what is your total HP right now?
37.
Thank you. I don't remember if you had taken any other damage or not.
I had not.
Also, I decided that by a random dice roll, just so you know.
Oh, a
Who had attacked, that is. And yes, the monk was in the list. He just didn't land on one. Initiative. Lee needs.
All right, so we have one person down, one person incapacitated right now. I think my best option right now is would I be able to run over to like either Zen or Robo and drag them out of wherever they're at right now?
You can certainly try.
It's probably not going to work.
I mean,
have...
I'm standing. I'm not like
you're
dead in the ground. Like
You're not dead in the ground. You're
able to
standing,
move.
but you're able to move, but you can't take actions or reactions.
I can still run whenever it's my turn. I can. Oh, I guess I can't disengage, but that's better than staying in the line of sight of this thing.
Well, yeah, I forgot. Walking isn't, or yeah, moving isn't a action. So, Robo's down,
I gotta
right?
actually check on that because I don't remember if that counts for the purposes of incapacitated. If that counts as an action or not, it might be called a move action. I forget.
Oh, disengage.
Well, disengage is definitely an action.
Oh, what are you talking about then? The whole movement being a move. Okay.
Yes, like whether for the purposes of incapacitated, whether movement counts as a move action. In other words, something you couldn't do or not. Incapacitated, please.
There.
Let's just click on that. Incapacitated can't take actions or reactions. Let me look at this.
Robo's also down, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so that means if Zen can in fact move, I am gonna get Robo. I'm gonna drag him away from that thing. Well, regardless, probably the better option first is to drag Robo away, but still.
Robo's dying. I'm still breathing. Well, I guess
Yeah.
Robo is too, but Robo is dying
You're-
more.
You're currently suffering Darkest Dungeon right now. Your resolve was tested, and you got irrational.
I'm not doing great.
You're not doing great. This creature's mopping the floor with us.
And we're gonna have to fight a lot of these.
I don't know how.
Hopefully not fight any. Hopefully we can just like sneak past
Mm.
them, or I don't know. We
We're
could
gonna become a little
run
teeny
for our
rat
lives.
and just, or an owl and fly away.
Yeah.
Either that, or we just every hour or so just roll a stealth check.
Oh yeah, I'm sure for all the party is really good at stealth here.
What?
Well,
Are
actually,
we...
Druid has some forms that are good at stealth.
Yes, so you are still able to move. So even though you're under the effects of incapacitated under the effects of that short-term madness, you still have enough brain function per the mechanics of the game that incapacitated is separate from stuff that stops you from moving, so you can still move.
Alrighty.
All right, in that case, then, yeah, I'm gonna definitely. Would I be able to walk up to Robo and then kind of drag him away from, like, a few good bit of feet away from that thing?
So let's see, 5. It'll take you 10 feet of movement to reach Robo.
Alrighty.
When you drag someone, you're moving at half speed.
So I'd be able to drag him
So
like
you
10 feet away.
have, so you would have. How does that actually work? Just want to make sure. You can drag or carry the grappled creature with you, but your speed is half. There's 2 or more. Is 2 or more sizes smaller than you. He's only 1 size smaller than you, so it still counts. So it still applies. Yeah. So you could try to back up 10 feet.
All right. Do I have to like roll for that? So you can, how you say, try.
Yes, I need a strength check.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you and your 8 strength. That went well for you last time.
I don't know if you realize this or not, but it's hard to drag dead weight.
Oh, dead weight.
Oh. Oh, I actually got a 15.
Not
You
bad,
are
not
able
bad.
to do it.
Lucky dice for you, rogue.
Yeah, and
I don't know. Maybe the gods appreciate a bit of selflessness.
Hey, you're doing pretty good to this episode, Mr.
all right.
Underpaid.
So, next in the initiative order is Reyna. Reyna, you can't seem to hurt this thing. So here's what we're going to do, because we are already later and I still have a couple minutes of stuff I want to get you through. Between all of you and the help of Keeloff, you fucking kill this piece of shit.
Nice.
Yay!
He turns to you briefly before heading back. He followed along figuring you might need help at some point. And basically says, hey, anyone who, especially if you're magically inclined, your asses might want to, while you're up here, might want to prepare some fucking fire magic or acid magic. Because that's how you fight those things. Or attack their limbs.
Oh, now we know. Okay.
Oh,
good,
so I
good.
can do damage to its limbs?
Let me see. How does
Would I
that?
still be insane?
Hey, by the way, Mina,
You're
that's why he asked.
you're done by now.
Gotcha.
What's that, Melphis?
That's why he asked, I think, because you like a typical rogue, go for the neck rather than the best places.
What? That is the best place, sir.
Not in this case,
So
it's
I
critical.
would rule. So this is a homebrew stat block, and it doesn't specifically mention it. I would rule that because it does have some separate info listed for limbs in terms of damage types and things that the rest of the body's stuff doesn't apply. And it has its own like AC, damage, hit point pool, etc., which it literally does in the description. So because of that, I would say that yes, your psychic blades would work if you hit it in the limbs.
Nice.
Excellent.
And how do we get? I'm gonna have to look at my druids list. Well, I'm a moon druid, so maybe Robo can. I don't know if druids have any kind of thing that they could buff people with attack, with poison or something.
Well, you wouldn't want poison on them. You would want acid.
I'm sorry, acid.
Anyway, irrelevant for now. So eventually, you manage to make it all the way to the top of the mountain. And then you start hearing clicking and clattering behind you.
Oh no.
And as you realize that, you all start booking it just further up the hill, just looking for a cave somewhere you can hide. And you find one. And you notice that as soon as you start to breach first of all, the cave mouth is enormous. Second of all, you realize that as soon as you start to breach it, those fuckers turn and tail and run.
Oh, that's a good sign.
No, it's probably not.
It's
They
only
are
gonna
not
get
going in there.
worse.
Oh, that means we get to see the mountain map or the cave map, though.
I have a feeling we've
started
accidentally
the
we
fog
may
of
or
war.
may not have reached our destination.
So, I have changed the map over.
Oh, that is awesome. Well, yeah, we're definitely gonna meet a dragon, guys. Look at all that loot.
So,
Oh,
you guys,
dear.
I'm just putting you guys, basically, this is like the cave mouth where I'm putting you, and you guys are breaking the cave entrance at this point. And so, I'm just putting you anywhere. You guys can feel free to move yourselves once I've placed you. I assume you're going to continue properly into the cave, though, because otherwise those things are going to start chasing you again.
That's a good assumption.
Yeah,
So,
going to the area that's scary to the monsters.
as you move inside, the first thing that you all see, obviously it's like a bluish, watery, icy look to the cave system. But the other thing that you immediately notice, before anything else, is the absolute mountain all the way around the western and northern walls. It shows as all gold here, but it's gold, platinum. There's weapons. There's magic, blatantly, obviously magic weapons and armor.
I know. Mina's eyes.
There's
Oh, yeah?
yeah, this place is stocked.
Oh, by the way, did anyone heal Robo?
No. I'm assuming we.
We'll assume,
I assumed your druid would probably heal the other druid at some point.
or
Yeah,
the
I
cleric
do.
is with us, not with us.
Let's just say between the first encounter and running here, you guys were able to take a short rest and wake him up.
All right.
So if the command works, which it should, try this command. Well, first of all, everyone try running that command. Just that, not anything after it. Just to see if anything happens. It might not be set up. All right. But anyway, you have at level 4, you have 4 of whatever your hit dice type is. Yeah, it's not working right now. I'll have to fuck with it later. So if you want to use hit dice to heal yourself, you can. We'll say that Melphis brought you up to at least 1 hit point, because to use hit dice, you have to be at least 1 hit point. So everyone can roll up to 4 of whatever your hit dice type is. For the rogues and the druids, it's D8. For the fighter, it's D10. And you also add your con modifier to each die. So if you have, for example, a +2 con and you want to use for all 4 dice, and your name is Zen, for example, you would,
I have
or let's
nothing.
do Robo. Robo, what is your Constitution score?
Let me go check.
Mine's 10. I don't have any plus, unfortunately.
Yes, you
I'm
don't get any
still at
plus,
full
but you can
health,
still use the
so-
dice.
So I just do a roll D8. That's it.
Yes, unless you want to use multiple dice.
I
you
think
wanna
this is
use-
also the first battle I've come out unscathed.
Also, Melvis, you didn't take any damage, so I don't know why you're rolling hit dice.
Oh, okay. I don't have to.
Your wild shape took all the damage. You never lost it.
Yeah, true. I'm good. I'm at full health.
Yeah, so what's your Constitution, Robo?
I'm checking right now.
That should be plus 12,
Sure.
not plus 4. So that should be 24
Oh.
total for you, Zen.
Oh yeah, because it's for you. You're right. It's
On
for each individual
guy.
roll.
His
Yeah.
Constitution's 13 plus 1.
Doesn't matter. I heal the max.
Robo's is?
Yeah, according to
Yeah.
the sheet, it's 13 plus
Okay.
1.
Robo, I'm assuming you want to use all 4 of your hit dice?
Sure.
Okay. So you want to do that command.
Oh, no. I know, right, ladies? What the hell?
So
Oh,
you
no,
healed
25.
you healed for 25 hit points, which I think
Yay.
yeah. So you're full at this point. Let's put it basically, because to get you walking, they would have had to done some kind of off-camera healing. So just say you're full. Zen, you rolled way more than your maximum, so you're at your maximum.
Yeah. I rolled.
So everybody is actually at their
Unnecessary amount.
maximum.
I have a feeling.
So, as you wander in, the first thing that you see is all of that gold
Yes.
and other things. And
Goldie.
the second thing that you see,
Oh, I don't think it's going to be so pretty.
Dragons are kind of pretty.
Not when they're about to disintegrate you with their flame.
Well, we haven't touched this gold
Yeah,
yet.
but
I
maybe
think
it's a
we're safe.
diplomatic dragon.
okay, first of all, you're in an icy spot. It's probably, if anything, it's probably a frost breath. Let's be real here.
True.
Um,
Robo, why are you not in the cave with us? Move your little character.
So what you see is, where is it at? This one.
Go easy on us next week, Paul.
So you
Nah.
see a impressive looking human.
Human?
Huh.
Not what I expected.
Yes. I mean, well, I don't know about D&D, but dragons in other RPGs tend to shapeshift into humanoid forms. I don't know if that's a thing in D&D, though.
Here, hold up. Here, Discord. Yeah, we'll just use this token. Done.
By the way, good job on the map, Paul. I like it a lot.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah, standing over here, about there, with his back to you, is what looks to be either a human or maybe a half elf or an elf. It's hard to tell with the hair covering the ears. Skin tone definitely indicates some sort of human elf or something of the like, or possibly maybe a tiefling with more human skin color than others, but there doesn't seem to be a tail, so you figure it's probably human, elf, or half elf by the size and shape of the body and skin tone. With the hands and stuff you can see exposed.
I would probably say is interesting. I wasn't expecting a human, or I wasn't expecting someone. I would probably say I wouldn't expect to find you here, sir. I'm assuming they can talk back.
He turns and goes, "Oh, I didn't know I was having company."
Yeah, sorry about the sudden intrusion. It's just,
Yeah.
it seems like everything out there wants to kill us at the moment.
Exactly.
Oh, were you being annoyed by those pesky little things?
Very much so.
They're not.
Yeah.
They're quite tough, unfortunately.
Yes, I imagine for someone like yourselves they would be.
May I ask who or what are you?
You may. My name is Kiladrin. Some people say Kiladrin. I don't really care. Kiladrin's technically correct, but honestly, I'm not overly picky about it. As long as it sounds like you're trying to say the right name, it's close enough.
And forgive us for our ignorance, but you appear to be human, or you may be elf. It's hard to see from this distance.
I am both and neither.
Interesting.
Say,
I hope
sorry.
I hope you're a friendly being.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Without sounding overly egotistical, if I weren't, you'd be dead already.
Well, we thank you, good sir.
Tell me, do you
Yeah.
own all that behind you?
This? Yes, that's mine.
In Leonese,
see.
you keep your distance from his property, understand? You too, kitty.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm a proper cat.
There's nothing proper about you.
Mm-hmm.
In my experience,
say
I've
so,
seen
dear.
plenty of creative money storing systems, but this seems a bit. Oh, sorry, I accidentally created something. I don't know how to put it back. Found it.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
back.
No,
I love accidentally using the summon system.
don't do it.
Don't
No.
do it.
It's scary.
Why would you keep this in a cave?
Because I live here.
In case you haven't caught up to speed, I presume they are not what they appear to be.
Oh,
It's partially true.
Well, we were. Oh, go ahead, Zen.
I was just going to ask, are we intruding?
I just
Mhm.
don't see why you would be considered intruding.
This is your home, and we kind of came in uninvitedly.
Yes, well, I mean, when you're being chased by things that are capable of tearing you to pieces, you generally find a cave to hide in. You just got extremely lucky and picked the perfect cave, the one they will not enter.
And can we ask why that is? Because they were quite frightened.
Yes, in just a moment you can.
Thank you. I do.
Zen as he says that, Zen would take a step back.
Yeah, me too.
I follow. I guess that's a bit
Keyboard
over
is-
exaggerated for a step. That's about 5 feet, but
This one.
I would step
Just,
back.
From that ledge, my
Robo.
friend. I would understand.
Let's go to this one, and this one, and this one, and this one.
If it transforms into a dragon, I do say we have the perfect bait. I do hear dragons love cats, so guess who's going to be throwing in its mouth while the rest of us.
I believe they will
Reading
eat
the wrong
anything
books.
with flesh.
I'm trying
You who
very
proposes
hard to
this
figure out. I'm trying very hard to figure out where I, in or out of character, gave any of you the impression this thing was trying to eat you.
I was literally about to say, I think he would have killed us already.
Yeah, see,
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, if it wanted us dead, we'd be dead the minute we start footing there.
That's a short campaign.
Yeah, really.
I could just
Hmm.
picture Leonie's and Mina's characters' eyes literally glitter with gold when they saw all this.
Oh,
A,
hell yeah.
a rogue's wet dream.
I mean, I like money as much as anyone else.
Oh, that was out of character, by the way. But seriously, I could just picture your characters being like in love.
Let's do that
Hmm.
and
Enchanted.
that.
I'm just observing from the back.
Yeah.
To be honest, though, it's not when you're a rogue. It's not always about the money.
Really?
Sometimes it's the adventure, the adrenaline.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Sometimes
celebrities
it's
that
about the
steal things when they don't have to.
So,
Don't you get in trouble in your other group about that, Mina? You said that
What?
they don't like when you're being mischievous, or was that some other?
Oh yeah, there's other people don't like you to play your character differently than them. Like my character is curious. They're gonna go see what this thing is, and they're like, "Don't touch anything." Like, okay, well then we can't have fun.
Well, they're probably just more concerned about getting in a fight where they die.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't touch something and burn down a building, I mean, where's the fun?
Well, remember that video I posted where they had their weekly session and they literally died in the tavern because one person was mischievous. That was fun though. But like, when is this
True.
going to happen to us? I think that's why
I'm
people
sure
don't want.
very soon.
not what I wanted to do.
I wonder if we're ever going to get some people who are kind of like rural lawyers and very like very set in their
There we
ways.
go.
Normally, everyone's kind of chill,
Oh, good
right?
fog.
Oh, it's all black and no.
My world is black.
As it
Maharaja.
should be, because that's what I asked it to do.
This went south quickly.
Well,
But wait, can't
we
the
died.
drow see in the dark?
Not through
This is
magical
cool.
darkness.
Yeah, but I say
Oh,
magical
no.
darkness is very different.
Also, you're not. Also, it's not actually darkness for the characters. I just put it up for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, for God's sake! I hate when my computer does this. Just randomly just has days where it's like I'm going to super slow type. Okay, that is correct.
I didn't know there was a magic darkness.
Oh yeah, there's a spell called darkness.
And when that's cast, no one, even the underground people.
There are ways to see through it.
Oh, okay.
For example, I think there's a way in gosh, what's it? Warlock. I think Warlock can see through it at some point.
Ooh, there's a
Depending on
warlock class.
the subclass. Oh yeah.
What are they about?
Oh.
Curses and
So,
Boons.
yeah. So after you all say your bits and pieces and bobs, somebody said something, I forget what it was, that made him chuckle and triggered what happened next. Shebang.
a dragon.
You know what?
Oh shit!
By definition, our job is now done.
Yeah, we verified there's a dragon. We can leave.
There's a dragon. Let's tell him it exists. Now let's.
Yeah,
Our work here is done.
Yeah, let's go.
Actually,
guys.
I mean,
despite the rest of my party, I am curious.
He's not gonna
Oh,
leave
curious
alive,
about-
is he? He's gonna kill
curious
us.
about what, my friend?
Several things, and assuming you're not intending to harm us, as of I'm sure you would have already, I have just a few questions. Not from me, but a friend who's curious.
Okay.
First, you're a dragon, yes, obviously. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Let me see. How best to answer that?
I love Friendly Dragon.
They can shapeshift like in other games. That's awesome.
Very cool.
I actually need to check a thing.
It's almost akin to a changeling in that aspect. It's kind of weird. But I guess changelings, I think they can only do humanoid things, can they?
So I am somewhere in the realm of about 1,500 years old.
Pretty sure pretty young for your species.
Not really.
How
I
many
do have a
people have you
question.
met?
Yes, that's a great question.
Do you often
People have I
see
met.
people come up here? Or anything? Well, don't have to
I haven't
be
seen any in quite some time. Let me think. Time is so relative at my age. About 13, 14 years ago, I guess was the last time somebody made it this far.
Oh, and what happened to them?
Well, they got greedy.
Oh, well, I don't think you have to worry about that with us.
Actually,
I certainly hope not. I would very much like to not have to kill you.
What about borrowing?
then I would prefer to keep our life.
No, there's no borrowing here.
Actually, I was partially sent to obtain an item.
Oh, Jesus.
What item was that?
Well, it's a sword called the Holy Avenger. I was curious if you had such a thing. I have no intention of taking it without your will. Even if a trade. Not that I have anything of value, but I have money. As you seem to like that stuff.
I mean, I don't dislike money, but I've got quite an amassment at the moment. What is it that you want?
The sword, Holy Avenger.
And whoever sent you believes that I have one. Or
They were
believe.
curious if one was here.
Well, they're not wrong. I do have one. However, I cannot part with it at this time.
That's fine.
Not because of any disrespect to you, but because it was of the circumstances under which I received it.
What are these circumstances?
It was brought to me some years ago with something of a story or a prophecy attached to it.
Interesting.
May I ask
Prophecy?
what story or prophecy?
It was a bit of a riddle. I was told that when the time was right, hold on, sorry. I'm trying to type something to somebody in my server. My computer's being a dick.
This is worse than the time Elphys got his Wi-Fi router.
Oh, yeah, it's weird. It does it to me sometimes, and then other times it doesn't. He says it was the story, they called it a prophecy, I was told. Read something about like this. I'm just going to type it on my phone because I don't trust the computers right now. But I'm going to type you a copy so people who actually bother to keep notes can have it.
I think we've all agreed to not enrage it.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sure ahead and try if you want to. As long as
No,
it's
we love
harmony.
our characters.
Yay.
Yeah, like this, I can understand why people would get pissed if someone engaged because it's just a death trap.
I mean, who's to say though? At the
Mhm.
same time, the DM just doesn't
Oh, yeah.
punish that one character.
Perfection.
Doesn't have to be the whole party.
Unlikely.
Stop it.
An attack on the world, being great change or even the great gun, that one day many faces will come. Until then, hold this item.
Wait, men of many faces.
Yeah, I
We
don't think.
kind of know someone like that.
I don't think he's gonna give it up.
Well,
Man of many faces, isn't that you, Zen?
yeah,
Yeah,
I'd like to say that does
Zen.
somewhat
You're
suit
not
me.
getting a Holy Avenger at level 4. Let me tell my story, you asshole.
Uh,
I can try. You know what? I can try.
That sounds an awful lot like getting greedy.
What if we
No,
say pretty,
yeah,
pretty,
very true.
please?
Very true.
no, there's gonna be no pretty please.
With cherry on top?
Oh well, of course, Sapphire, you wouldn't because you're not playing the.
You know, maybe it
Wait.
means, maybe the first half, maybe the world has to be in danger, then I come back for it.
Wow.
So let's just go put the world in peril.
Both as a DM and listen and you as a character. Imagine that. The story beat has to hit before I'll let you have the stupidly powerful item.
Damn, wow. Who would have guessed?
That being said,
Who's Sapphire, by the way?
I do have something here that I can share with you now.
Oh, your generosity is quite welcome. Thank you.
Sapphire?
A matter of fact, I have at least a small thing I can give to each of you, and then something a little more specific for one or two of you. And he hands each of you a significantly larger vial than you're used to seeing, and gives each of you a greater healing potion.
Let me add that
Huh.
to inventory.
It would annihilate us.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I do believe that this is more up your alley. That this is up your alley and less, more your style at the moment. And he hands you Zen a +1 longsword.
Nice.
Oh.
Actually, you already have one of those, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Never mind. He turns to who does he turn to?
Healing potion, superior, greater. You said greater, right, Paul?
Yeah, yes, greater.
Equipment or backpack? I'll put it in backpack.
He turns. Yeah, that's fine. He turns to you and says, "If you're good." Says here, this may help someone in your group. And he reaches out a massive clawed hand to hand the group as a whole a cloak of protection. One person can have it.
Huh. That's
Ooh.
neat. I like.
Who was the most responsible?
Oh, definitely not Mina
Wow, rude.
or Leonese. I would say, if believe it or not, what about Robo?
And while you
Yeah.
guys are deciding, he looks at Leonides in the gear he has on and goes, "I think I have something a little better than what you're carrying."
Oh no, that's. Yeah.
And he hands you a +1 short sword.
Oh, nice.
I'll add that to my
I
inventory.
forgot Zen was already the only one with a magic item, so, or at least a magic weapon.
Well, actually, I have the 2 Moon Touch short swords, but
Yes, but they don't give you bonuses. They just
yeah,
make your swords magical. I was trying to upgrade somebody's gear is what I'm getting at here.
glowy.
If you are, in fact, the man of many faces that I'm supposed to deal with. I have nothing but faith in the person that I encountered that day. They told me a few different prophecies, and so far all the smaller ones before this have come true. Just worrisome, obviously, because that means the world's going to be in great danger probably fairly soon. However, if you are really the one I'm supposed to give the sword to, then when that time comes, you will know where to find me, and if you make it back to me a second time, then I will know you are the one worthy of the sword.
A
May I
question.
ask who gave you these prophecies?
An old friend. A very, very old friend.
Does he have a name?
I don't know that he really keeps one in it these days. He's been alive so long.
Interesting. Well, we really do appreciate your hospitality, your generous gifts. I guess dragons are quite different from what I expected.
Now, what I will say, you may have to be willing to make a great sacrifice when the time comes.
A
great
sacrifice.
Do not worry, Leonese. Your sacrifice will be for the better good.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't plan
not-
on dying again.
I'm not talking about that.
Or Leo.
Oh,
Do we prefer to be vague, or do you have more details?
I don't know all of the details, but I have an idea what it might be based on the weapon. Currently, none of you can wield that weapon, even if I gave it to you.
interesting. Maybe it's for a paladin or a cleric?
I've been told it's for a paladin.
Someone will have to prove themselves to one of the gods.
Ooh.
Huh.
That sounds intriguing and extremely scary.
What's that?
Do you know what will happen to put the world in such a great disaster?
I do not. But she said I will know it when I see it.
I guess so.
Prove ourselves to a god.
I wonder what god they're referring to.
Sounds like we're gonna be busy.
A
Yes.
cleric believes in a god, right? Or something like
Yeah,
that.
unfortunately, our cleric's not here at the moment.
I don't believe in
Yeah, I
them.
wonder... Yeah, I was gonna say too, I never really got behind them.
If you guys are the one, if you guys really are the ones that are going to take on this supposed world threat, I am scared.
That's
Please
fair.
listen closely. I said nothing about belief. I said they're going to have to prove themselves to a god.
Oh.
Yes. Don't mind her.
Presumably, there will be some degree of, you and the god all having some sort of aligning tenets or beliefs. But I'm not talking about raw belief. I'm talking about earning your spot.
Do you have any idea what god this is?
I would imagine any of them would do.
None
Guys,
specifically.
don't upset the dragon.
I'm surprised it didn't get upset
I
earlier.
mean, I'm not that upset really. I'm just sad people don't listen anymore.
Yes, I agree. Some
These are the
people like
people I have to
chaotic.
party with.
So, yeah, exactly. Then,
Whose side are you on,
Including
Melphis?
you.
well,
None of you
I-
have paid attention to a word I've said.
It's like
the
we want to
dragon-
die.
Trying to
in
say
one-
we prove ourselves or something.
In one ear,
Mhm.
out the other. It's a particularly impressive feat for an elf. You people usually retain everything.
Oh, well, I was not raised by elves.
That would do it.
Got him.
Well, is that all the wisdom you care to share?
For now, go continue your journeys. Strengthen yourselves. And do it quickly. I have a feeling that whatever this threat is going to be coming very soon.
Thank you for your
Hmm.
wise instructions, and we will.
And before someone asks the inevitable question that I've been asked 3 or 4 other times when the world was on the verge of collapse in my lifetime. Yes, I can potentially help you. No, I can't go deal with it myself because if whatever this threat is strong enough to destroy me, then you have no backup.
Fair
Ah,
point.
good point.
The hope is you'll get strong enough to destroy it so that I don't have to get involved. Because if I get involved and I lose and you're still not strong enough, everyone's dead.
Ah, interesting. By the way, are there any others dragons as noble as yourself might be able to help as well?
I'm sure there probably are. Well, many metallic dragons like myself are at least somewhat approachable, if not fully friendly.
Interesting. I think we've taken enough of your time, and we have a lot to ponder on. We will leave, and thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. Please return, and when the time comes, I have a feeling we'll both know what the upcoming message is when it's received.
All
Yes.
right.
For
All right.
the sake of the prophecy, I hope we don't see each other again. But it was an honor.
Indeed. Yeah. So he lets you crash there for a few hours and sleep, so everybody can have a full, proper long rest.
Cool.
Nice.
Are you
And
sure there's something else we can do for you? Anything? Errands, groceries?
I think we're past that
uh,
part.
no, but there's something I can do for you.
Oh. Well, I was trying not to speak. I was trying not to talk over people. Oh, that's hot. What?
Yeah, and he takes off out of the cave mouth and flies you all home.
Did we just become best friends?
Flying at 120 feet per every 6 seconds.
Oh, let's go. We're riding a dragon. How awesome to end the session with.
Yes, you're also for the people whose characters think that they might know anything about any information about dragons. You've only heard legends of this particular type of dragon even existing. But based on his color and size, he appears to be a platinum dragon.
Interesting.
And that is where we will end, with him dropping you off at home.
Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't intend to go quite that much longer, but with the fight, I realized that that's also why I cut the end of the fight off once I knew for sure that the monk was going to help you win. I'm like, we need to get to some shit.
Why am I on the front
Much
of a dragon?
obliged.
Why are you on the front of a dragon? Because you're not a bard, otherwise you'd be under it.
That's hot. Oh, nice.
That was a great episode. And I'm so glad the dragon was nice.
So,
Damn, Paul, I don't have fire resistance.
I know. Paul, you're amazing.
the dragon you're riding is immune to fire.
Oh, that just implies I can't burn it. You're the one who burned me.
Yeah, that's fair. It's actually immune to quite a few things.
That's actually pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, fun fact: the stat block I'm using
Yes.
is not homebrew, but what I'm using it for is basically I took an existing dragon stat block and gave it a new name and plopped it in my world to serve a different purpose, but with the same basic stat blocks. For anyone who is curious and wants to dabble behind the scenes, unless you screw it up somehow, he seems to be an ally, so it's not bad if you see what he's up to. And I also want to scare the shit out of you with a stat block of what you would have dealt with if you had pissed him off.
Oh, I'm so glad I
Um,
behaved.
Search up Aspect of Bahamut.
Oh, fun.
Oh, by the way, Paul, do we level up too or no?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you did.
Oh,
So
dang.
level 5. The
You
command's
are
not there,
level
so we'll just
5.
do it.
That's
We'll
scary.
just do it here. Level 5.
30 strength, 15 dex, 30 con, 20 intelligence, 30 wisdom, 28 charisma.
Oh, so you're looking at a different copy, different one. I'm looking at
I'm
the one
looking
from
at
the.
5e.
Yeah, I'm looking at the one from the official Fizman's book.
Okay.
It's similar but slightly different. I think somebody might have either homebrewed or tweaked that one. So I'll just read it to you. He has a natural armor class of 23. If I use the average from the stat block, he has 585 starting hit points. Or if I wanted to do what I often do with like big boss god level enemies and maxed his hit points, he would have up to 870. He has a 60-foot walking speed, a 60-foot burrow speed, a 60-foot swim speed, and 120 feet of flying every turn. So he can fly 4 times faster than most of you can run.
Shit. Okay.
He has 30 strength, 18 dex, 29 con, 25 intelligence, 28 wisdom, and 30 charisma. He's proficient in 4 saving throws. Constitution, he is plus 18 in that. So the lowest he can roll on a con save is 19. And unlike attacks, natural ones don't auto fail, so he can pass with a natural one if it is 19 or lower. His intelligence is plus 16 saving throw. His wisdom is plus 18. Charisma is plus 19. He has 3 skill proficiencies: insight, perception, and persuasion. In that order, they are plus 18, plus 18, plus 19. He does not have any damage resistance. However, he is completely immune to acid, cold, fire, lightning, and radiant damage, as well as bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical weapons.
Oh, so yeah, this.
He is completely immune to the following conditions. He cannot be charmed. He cannot be deafened. He cannot be frightened. He cannot be paralyzed. He cannot be stunned. He has a passive perception of 28, meaning without needing a roll, you need to roll higher than a 28 on your stealth check before he even needs to try to roll to see if he beats you. He also has 120 feet of true sight. A monster with true sight out to a specific range, or with true sight can out to a specific range, see through normal and magical darkness, see invisible creatures and objects, automatically detect visual illusions and succeed on saving throws against them, and perceive the original form of a shape changer or a creature that is transformed by magic. Furthermore, the creature can see into the ethereal plane within the same range.
Holy crap.
So
Oh,
he
yeah.
would definitely see your deceit.
He also has Platinum Brilliance, which recharges after either a short or long rest, which means he only needs to rest for 1 hour to get this back. If the aspect of Bahamut would be reduced to 0 hit points, his current hit point total instead resets to 500 hit points. He recharges his breath weapon, and he regains any expended uses of his legendary resistances. Additionally, the aspect can now use the options in the Mythic Actions section for 1 hour.
Wow.
He also gets 5 legendary resistances a day instead of the normal 3. He has multi-attack. He can make a bite, claw, and tail attack. The bite is plus 19 to hit with a 20-foot reach.
Oh, well, yeah.
That hits for 23 piercing damage if I use just the either 23 average or 2d12 plus 10 piercing damage, plus 22, or if I roll it 4d10 force damage. His claws are also plus 19 to hit with 15 feet reach, and they do 21 or 2d10 plus 10 slashing. If the target is huge or smaller in size, It is grappled. Escape DC is 20, and restrained until the grapple ends. Restrained means you cannot get any movement or any bonus to your speed from a spell or anything. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and your attack rolls have disadvantage, and you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. He can only have one person grappled at a time now. His tail is 19 to hit, 15 feet of reach, 23 or 2d12 plus 10 bludgeoning damage. And if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 27 strength save or be knocked prone.
Yeah, it's not happening.
His breath weapon recharges on a 5, recharges itself on a roll of 5 or 6 on a d6. He has 2 breath weapons. Exalting Breath. This is the one you want him to use on you if you're anywhere near him. The aspect exhales the restoring winds of Mount Celestia in a 300-foot cone. Each creature in that area of the aspect's choice regains 71 or 13d10 hit points, and each creature in that area of the aspect's choice that has been dead for no longer than 1 hour is restored to life with all its hit points.
Wow, that's actually pretty good.
Or he can do Platinum Breath. You do not want him to do this one to you. The aspect the aspect exhales radiant platinum flames in a 300-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a DC 26 dexterity saving throw, taking 66 or 12d10 if rolled radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. As a bonus action, he can change shape, which is why he was humanoid, and then he can become any humanoid or beast, while retaining his game statistics other than size. So he could have just fucking bum rushed you as a humanoid if you messed with him, and we would still have all of those same physical stats. Legendary actions. He has 3 of those per turn. He can either use one to make a claw or tail attack, or he can use 2 of them to do a furious bite. The aspect makes 1 bite attack. If the attack hits a creature, the target must succeed on a DC 27 wisdom saving throw or become frightened until the aspect's next turn. Also, I'm going to briefly stop describing this and just say peace out to everyone on the stream and close that. Where was I? Oh, yes. Mythic actions that I mentioned earlier. If the aspect's Platinum Brilliance trait has activated in the last hour, he can use the options below as legendary actions. Celestial Shield costs 2 legendary actions. The aspect manifests 7 spectral ancient gold dragons around himself that protect him. He gains 77 temporary hit points until the start of his next turn. And that costs 2 legendary actions. Keep in mind, he refills his legendary actions every time he gets a new turn. So he can just continue to do that. Or he can use all 3 of his legendary actions for that turn to cast Celestial Lances. The aspect conjures 4 enormous lances of magical force that plummet to the ground at 4 different points he can see within 150 feet of him, and then they disappear. Each creature in a 20-foot radius, 100-foot high cylinder centered on each point where they dropped must succeed on a DC 27 dexterity saving throw or take 24 or 7d6 force damage. A creature in the area of more than 1 lance is affected only once. So sounds a lot less potent, but he can do it at the end. He can do it when it's not his turn, and he can drop them in 4 different places. So spreading out doesn't help.
I'm gonna have to get off for tonight. It's getting a little late. It's 3:13 a.m.
Oh, good night, and thank you for coming by, Underpaid.
Yep, it's nice playing.
Yeah, good playing with you.
Good.
See you later.
And not
Goodbye.
dying.
Bye-bye.
Yep. First fight I never take damage. Bye.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So since we're all logged off for tonight, I'm going to switch over to my YouTube's setup so that when I eventually leave the voice chat for the evening, I can do an episode of Conan's before I go to bed.
Well, that was a great episode. I'm glad the dragon was nice, and also cool that dragons can shapeshift like other what's it called?
Not all of them can, but he's one that can.
Oh, okay. Very cool. All right, guys, hold on one second.
Oh, you said we leveled up to 5, correct?
Yes.
Lovely.
Which
I
for
get
fighter
2
means,
now, finally.
I was going to say, which for fighter means you now have your first extra attack.
Thank God I needed that.
Nice.
That was going to be.
I put that in the wrong
Actually,
year.
oh, and my Eldritch Knight stuff. Oh, spell things.
I don't think you get any Eldritch Knight stuff this level. You just get extra
I think
attack and
it's.
some hit points.
I thought I got like another spell. Maybe I don't get anything.
I mean, you might. I
I
don't
thought I
know.
was
I've never played an
another
Eldritch Knight.
spell slot.
I've never played an Eldritch Knight all the way to level 5.
Oh. So wait, you've played Eldritch Knight to below 5?
No, I have not. I played an Eldritch Knight to level 3.
Oh, what was the
Oh.
item that we got called?
You were given a cloak of protection to decide amongst yourselves who was to use it. And last I heard, the likely choice was probably Robo because they have like no armor.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to that poor kid's sheet. Yeah. And it's an unfortunate dice rolls or something for a wisdom to have.
I mean, yeah, for a druid to have such a low wisdom, that's scary.
Yeah, that dragon would have ate us for dinner.
Yeah, it would have.
Died. Oh, I don't get anything. Damn. Well, at least I got my extra attack. I'm happy with that. Oh, I knew hit points as well. Oh, gosh, I gotta do that. Help dice rolling thing.
I need to look at Robo's sheet for a minute. I haven't looked at anybody's sheets in a while. 16 strength, 14 dex, 13 con, 14 intelligence, 12 wisdom, and 8 charisma. That is a fascinating sheet for a druid.
Who? Robo?
Yes. That's fascinating to me.
Oh, you mean he did a good job?
I leveled up.
I mean,
Yay.